Chapter 28:53. Shadowless told Zi-Chen everything that he had seen. Zi-Chen nodded. It seemed that this was indeed a conspiracy. Wei sat aside and did not say anything. He could not see Shadowless and did not know about his existence. Shadowless looked at Zi-Chen and asked, "What's your plan now?" "Wait." Zi-Chen only said one word. Next to him, Wei glanced at Zi-Chen. He was waiting anyway, so there was no need for him to repeat himself. If the purpose of those mist shadows was to kill everyone who came here, Zi-Chen did not intend to stop them. The shadow spirit fruit was real, and he was very interested in it. However, it was not the time for him to show up yet. The cries of killing were still ringing in the surroundings, but he believed that those experts were the ones who were killed after they shouted. This time, everyone in that city had come. He did not know how many of them would make it out alive. This situation lasted for a few more hours, and the surroundings became quiet. Outside the Blade Domain, the thick mist rolled and became thicker. Nobody knew how many mist shadows had gathered. Swoosh! Zi-Chen withdrew the Blade Domain. Wei stood up and said cautiously, "Are we going deeper?" Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "No, we'll stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules around him flickered and spread in all directions. The thick mist rolled, and mist shadows appeared one after another. Wei was extremely shocked when he saw the mist shadows that surrounded the city. Their figures appeared under the power of the rules, and the mist shadows were also shocked. The feeling of being completely exposed made them extremely uncomfortable, and they immediately began to retreat. "Go and call your king here. I have something to discuss with him." Zi-Chen looked at the mist shadows that were retreating and said. He believed that the mist shadows could understand him. However, they did not respond and kept retreating. The power of the rules released by Zi-Chen was expanding and chasing after them closely, making it impossible for them to hide. "If you don't call me, I'll have to kill you and then kill you," Zi-Chen said coldly. His tone was similar, but the meaning was completely different. The mist shadows that were retreating suddenly paused and then immediately charged forward toward Zi-Chen. Whoa! A beam of divine light appeared beside Zi-Chen. It was the heaven-piercing divine needle, and it went straight for the misty shadows. The misty shadows' combat strength was actually not very strong. Their greatest reliance was concealment and ambush. Once they lost their greatest reliance, they would not be able to threaten the experts here. The misty phantoms that charged forward quickly died. None of them were able to get close to Zi-Chen. As for the misty figures behind him, they quickly retreated, appearing extremely terrified. "Looks like I'm still not sincere enough." Zi-Chen's expression turned cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. As the laws spread out, the heaven-piercing divine needle followed closely behind. With him as the center, it drew circle after circle. Within the circle, the misty figures were killed one after another. Wei watched this scene in shock. It seemed that ever since he had met Zi-Chen, Zi-Chen had always been able to slaughter his opponents. So far, he hadn't seen any existence that could threaten him. The misty shadows were extremely frightened and immediately retreated. However, the speed of their retreat could not compare to the speed of Zi-Chen's rule light. More misty shadows appeared, and more misty shadows were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 misty shadows had died. The rule shadow skin on the ground emitted light and was full of attraction. Zi-Chen didn't pick it up. Wei didn't dare to pick it up. When some misty shadows retreated, Wei discovered that there were still some misty shadows that advanced. Their bodies emitted a tyrannical aura, and their eyes were extremely cold. Zi-Chen's expression remained unchanged as the heaven-piercing divine needle swept towards these misty shadows. Whoosh! 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 When the heaven-piercing divine needle swept past their bodies, their figures immediately changed and flashed to the back. A look of shock flashed across that cold face. They didn't die. This was the first time the heaven-piercing divine needle failed. It's a level 9 misty shadow. Ong Wei exclaimed when he saw this scene. Zi Chen's lips curled into a sneer as a long saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Poof! A level 9 misty shadow in the distance fell. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall, cutting through the bodies of several level 8 misty shadows. The saber light disappeared as Zi Chen returned to his original position. A level 9 misty shadow died. The other level 9 misty shadows no longer advanced and retreated in horror. Zi Chen withdrew his saber, and the rule power no longer extended. The heaven-piercing divine needle turned into a ray of light and returned, suspended above his head. At the edge of the rule, some misty shadows were faintly discernible. "I know you're here," Zi Chen's cold voice sounded. "Why are you looking for me?" A voice came from the darkness, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. Zi Chen's lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Do you think I'm weak? Or do you think I'm not sincere enough? What do you want?" A light shadow appeared in the rule. It was the Misty Shadow King. Its entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and its true face could not be seen clearly. The aura emitted from its body was extremely cold, which made Ong Wei very uncomfortable. At this moment, after seeing the true body of the Misty Shadow King, there was only shock left in his heart. This powerful existence that everyone wanted to control actually appeared in front of Zi Chen like this. "Submit to me," Zi Chen said. Ong Wei was shocked by Zi Chen's straightforwardness. "Are you kidding? Human!" The Misty Shadow King's voice became cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, as if there were blades condensing around. "Seeing that you're still useful to me, I can give you 2 choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is to be slaughtered," Zi Chen said, his voice cold and domineering. The other party was a powerful existence who dared to scheme against many strong cultivators. He was arrogant and unruly. In order to subdue such an existence, what Zi Chen needed to do was to be stronger than him. Of course, he needed to be stronger. "You're just a level 8. How dare you boast so shamelessly? You're courting death," the Misty Shadow King said sternly. "Even the ranked divine generals among you don't dare to talk to me like this." Zi Chen smiled coldly and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." After that, the sky where he was, the space began to distort, and a huge black hole appeared. The power of rules fell from the black hole. The poisonous fog began to churn and become thinner. Shadows of the fog began to appear one after another below. The light of rules was expanding, and more misty shadows appeared. The faces of the fog figures that had appeared were filled with fear. Soon after, they discovered that they were unable to hide themselves again. The atmosphere of panic began to spread, and some of the misty shadows quickly retreated. Feeling the aura around him getting colder and colder, Zi Chen said, "Don't doubt my means. If I want, this space can cover the entire poisonous fog forest in an instant so that you have no place to hide." The Misty Shadow King did not speak, but just stared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you can also try to attack me. Let's see if a level 9 like you can defeat a level 8 like me. But there's only one chance. If you fail, not only will you die, but all the misty shadows here will also die. Because I can refine the Law Shadow Skin, it's just a little troublesome." When the other misty shadows heard Zi Chen's words, their expressions changed greatly. They knew very well what the Law Shadow Skin was. "Are you threatening me?" the Misty Shadow King said coldly. Zi Chen said faintly, "I'm just stating a fact. If you've thought it through, then go to the depths and take the Spirit Shadow Fruit. Then come with me. Speaking of which, you're quite bold to scheme against so many experts. Do you really think that you're invisible in the great thousand world?" The Misty Shadow King's aura changed, and the expression under the black robe also changed. Zi Chen continued, "Of course, I'm not interested in knowing your purpose. What I want to say is, remember to give me all their spatial spirit rings. I only care about that thing. Where are you taking us? After a long silence, the Misty Shadow King asked. His voice was no longer as cold as before. Zichen said to the outside world, I have a force, and you will guard that place for me. The Misty Shadow King said, Just surrender? Zichen said, Originally, I wanted to control your soul, but after thinking about it, I decided not to, because I don't think you're the real Misty Shadow King. You guys come with me for the time being. As for whether to control the Misty Shadow King's soul, I'll think about it. Zichen said, I don't have much time, so you'd better discuss with the Misty Shadow King and make a decision quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to leave with the Lost Shadow Skin. There was a commotion all around. The misty shadows that could no longer be hidden were like assassins, and the threat was greatly reduced. Just as the one in front was thinking, Zichen continued, Remember to bring your giant crocodile companion. There was another long silence. Just as Zichen frowned and was getting impatient, the existence that seemed to be the Misty Shadow King said, All right, we agree. Then let them go in. You guys stay here for the time being. If your Misty Shadow King is worried, he can always follow me. Obviously, Zichen had concluded that he was not the Misty Shadow King. Wait a moment. We still have some things to take care of. The Misty Shadow King cupped his fists at Zichen and then quickly left. Not long after, he reappeared and walked toward Zichen, saying, These are all the spirit rings. As he spoke, he took out a large pile of spatial spirit rings. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 of them. Clearly, they did not die from resisting this wave of powerhouses. Zichen took these spirit rings and said, Did you take away all the resources? Once we leave, we definitely won't come back. Everything has been taken away. The Misty Shadow King said. Good, then go up. Zichen waved his hand. The Misty Shadow King was a bit embarrassed. If your king doesn't want to show up, then you can stay beside me. Yes. The Misty Shadow King cupped his fists again and then turned around to send a signal to those misty shadows. One after another, rays of light shot into the sky and flew toward the black hole in the sky. Chapter 2854. Zichen was able to subdue these shadows just like that, causing Ongwei to be in disbelief. This was a historical moment. In this world, countless people had tried to subdue them, but no one had succeeded. Over the years, who knew how many adventurers' bones had been left behind in this area? But Zichen had succeeded. The poisonous fog became thinner and thinner as more and more shadows soared into the sky. Zichen dispersed the light of laws, and the shadows in front of him disappeared, leaving only a faint white fog lingering in front of him. The shadows in the distance could no longer be seen. Only some rolling white fog could be seen entering the black hole above. Aside from these shadows, there were also crocodiles entering the world one after another. The crocodiles were inseparable friends with the shadows, and they cooperated very well. Looking at the shadows and crocodiles, Zichen imagined such a scene in his mind. In a forest formed by ancient trees, the air was filled with poisonous fog, and there were crocodiles hidden in the swamps. When a war broke out, if the enemy forces wanted to attack the city, they would have to enter the forest, and they would have to be wary of the ancient trees, shadows, and crocodiles. In such a situation, how many people would be able to survive? The shadows outside should be with you, right? Zichen asked. He could no longer see the shadows. Yes. Do we need them to hurry over? A voice came from the darkness. Zichen said, No need. We'll talk about it when we get out, yes. The shadow said, We didn't kill all the humans this time. Some of them retreated after the war started. Zichen nodded. This wasn't out of his expectations. The fog around them became thinner and thinner, and all the shadows entered Zichen's world. The danger level of this poisonous fog forest rapidly decreased. Zichen walked forward, where there were still some lost shadow skins he obtained from killing the shadows. At this time, the sound of rushing wind came from afar, and a team quickly flew over. They were chasing after the shrinking black hole. This was a rank 8 team, made up of 7 divinities. When they arrived, they immediately saw the lost shadow skins on the ground, and their eyes flashed with excitement. "Stop! Halt! If you dare to take another step forward, you will die." Those level 8s roared and flew forward, but Chen simply ignored them. With a wave of his hand, these Rule shadow skins disappeared. Looking at the disappearing Rule shadow skin, the 7 level 8s felt a sense of loss, as if their beloved item had been taken away by someone else. They came to face Chen, their expressions cold and their eyes full of murderous intent. Chen glanced at them and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." Arrogant, did you kill all these misty figures? Did you get the spirit shadow fruits? Hand them all over. Otherwise, we'll kill you and search your soul. Those level 8 warriors were surrounded by divine light. Weapons appeared in their hands, and all of them harbored malicious intentions. Ong Wei looked at them and shook his head, a look of pity on his face. The fact that Misty Shadow didn't kill them was already a great honor. These guys didn't run away quickly, and instead came looking for trouble with Chen. They were simply courting death. Wang. Ong Wei heard a familiar shudder. After that, there was no after. Everything was over. The previously insufferably arrogant level 8 had already turned into a corpse under the heaven-ascending divine needle before even rushing in front of Chen. One could see the frozen coldness on their faces and the shock and fear in their eyes at the last moment. Ong Wei shook his head again. He had traveled with Chen for decades and had some understanding of Chen's nature. Although he needed resources, he had his own bottom line. If these people didn't come looking for trouble, Chen would never take the initiative to kill them, even if he really wanted their resources. However, if they were deliberately courting death, then Chen would be more than happy to make a move and obtain some extra resources. The sound of breaking through the air could still be heard. One could feel the urgency of the people flying. Were they rushing to their deaths? Ong Wei thought to himself and deliberately kept a distance from Chen. More powerhouses had come. This time, there were not only level 8s, but also level 8s. They didn't know what had happened, but after seeing the disappearing black hole and the dispersing poisonous fog, they could guess the reason. They stood in the air and saw Chen and Ong Wei. A level 9 Heavenly Clan member said coldly, "You did this, didn't you?" He wasn't sure, so he asked, his eyes full of coldness. Chen nodded and admitted it. "You got the spirit shadow fruit? Then you killed the nearby Misty Shadow?" The level 9 Heavenly Clan member asked again. His tone changed and his breathing became hurried. Beside him, the expressions of the other grade 8s changed as well. There was greed in their eyes. Chen nodded again and admitted it sincerely. It looked very urban. Ong Wei stood to the side, silently. He knew that Chen was going to collect resources again. This time he had already obtained a lot of resources, but he still wanted the resources on them. It seemed that he was going to leave. Seeing Chen nod again, the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression became excited. He immediately said to Chen, "Hand over the things, and I can leave your corpses intact." Chen raised his head and looked at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking expression. "You're courting death. Kill them." The level 9 Heavenly Clan member was enraged by Chen's mocking expression and gave the order, "Kill!" Shouts rang out. These level 8s couldn't wait any longer. Strong lights surrounded them like sharp blades, tearing apart the last of the fog around them. Seeing these level 8s charging forward, Chen's expression didn't change. He glanced at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member in the sky. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member stared coldly at Chen. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. His expression changed. He immediately turned around and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. He slashed behind him. The sharp blade swept through space, making a screeching sound. Chen's figure, which had just appeared, was cut in half. However, before the level 9 Heavenly Clan member could smile, Chen's voice rang out from behind him. Here! The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression changed. He roared angrily and immediately turned around. The sharp blade in his hand surged with a powerful aura. Chi! Chi! The space was turbulent, as if it was about to be cut open. This attack was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it was too late. In front of the world's fastest speed, all speed was futile. Moreover, he had lost the initiative. Poof! The blade light swept through the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's body. The flickering yin and yang energy within forcefully extinguished his life force. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression froze. The light surrounding his body dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. A ray of light wrapped around his body and brought him away from Chen's side. Chen turned around and looked behind him. The level 8 Heavenly Clan members who had been charging forward had all fallen to the ground, dead. The heavenly needle flew back. Beside Chen was a misty shadow who had been following him the whole time. He had seen everything. He had witnessed the power of the heavenly needle with his own eyes. It had killed many of their companions, so he had long been aware of it. Now that he saw Chen's powerful battle strength, he was extremely shocked. Because Chen was only level 8, he could actually kill a level 9 Heavenly Clan member in one blow. This kind of battle strength was rare in this world. After killing the first batch, a second batch of powerhouses came. None of them had come with good intentions. Chen had no intention of holding back and killed all of them. He had gained a lot this time. But since these people were rushing to their deaths, he naturally had to fulfill their wishes. Moreover, even if he tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. After all, would a group of level 8 Heavenly Clan members listen to the words of one level 8? His persuasion might even be taken as a bluff. Hazy Shadow followed beside Chen and witnessed his power with his own eyes. Chen was only level 8 and could kill a level 9 Heavenly Clan member. What would happen when he reached level 9? Wouldn't he become a divine general? It didn't seem to be shameful for them, Hazy Shadows, to follow a future divine general. When they went in, it took them a long time because they were walking. When they came out, Chen flew. There was no danger along the way, so he quickly reached the periphery. He saw the city of trade again. When he left last time, this city was already empty. Chen wasn't sure if this city was still empty, but he already saw that it wasn't empty outside the city. Not only was it not empty, but there were also many powerhouses gathered. There were hundreds of them. He didn't know where these powerhouses came from. In short, they were all standing outside the city, looking over here. Among them, there were divine clans and divine clans. They seemed to be waiting for something. After Chen came out, everyone's gaze fell on him. There was curiosity, doubt, excitement, and disappointment in these people's eyes. In short, there was a variety of expressions. You're the one who got the spirit shadow fruit, right? You did a good job. Now hand it over. When we go back, we'll definitely give you a big opportunity. Just when Chen didn't understand why they were standing here, a voice suddenly sounded. It was a level 8 divine clan member. He had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Chen. Chen looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand what he meant. The method to kill Hazy Shadow has always been wanted by both camps. This time you got the method. For the Divine Clan camp, it's a great merit. The level 8 Divine Clan member continued, hand it over. When we go back, we'll reward you with a level 5 Black Order and a level 9 General City. This reward seemed generous. But how could it be compared to Hazy Shadows? I don't know what you're talking about, Chen said indifferently. He was about to leave in another direction. The smile on the level 8 Divine Clan member's face disappeared. He said coldly, "You know very well what I'm talking about. The method to kill Hazy Shadow must belong to the government. If you don't cooperate, then I can only take you back. Zichen found it very funny. Why should the things he got belong to the government? He didn't know the government here, and he had never dealt with them. He didn't have any interests involved. He ignored the other party and prepared to leave. Take him back. Chapter 28:55. The Level 8 Divine General's words were sonorous and forceful, carrying great authority. Listening to his arrogant tone, Zichen guessed that he must be from an official faction. Naturally, he wouldn't bother with him. It was impossible for him to take his things. No one should even think about it. Some Level 8s rushed over. Their expressions were cold and arrogant. As representatives of the government, they seemed to think that they were better than others. Ong Wei stood in the forest and didn't come out. He knew that Zichen had a faction behind him, but it was definitely not an official faction. Now that the other party had accused him of treason, this accusation could be confirmed once he went out. Sure enough, where there were people, there would be underworld, and where there was underworld, there would be shadows. The divine race was like that. The divine race was like that too. Kid, come back with us obediently. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the faction and family behind you will also suffer because of you. That's right. If you hand over the things now, you can still get rewards. Once you force us to take action, forget about rewards. You won't even be able to keep your life. These Level 8s approached, their expressions full of ridicule. They seemed to be persuading Zichen, but in fact they were eager for him to resist so that they could watch a good show. Many of the experts in the divine realm were from the official factions, including the 9 great gods. Those who offended the official factions didn't have a good ending until now. Of course, these people had this mentality because they didn't know Zichen's combat strength. Boom! The energy on Zichen's body vibrated, forming a surge of energy. This surge of energy spread in all directions, preventing those Level 8s from advancing. He looked back at those Level 8s whose expressions had turned gloomy and said, "Don't provoke me! Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Haha, what an arrogant guy. Who do you think you are? Bear the consequences? I'll return those words to you. One of the Level 8s said coldly, "You led the Misty Shadow to rebel. We won't let you go today." Zichen sneered and said, "If I don't give you my things, it's a rebellion. If you don't work for us, it's a rebellion." The other party's eyes flashed coldly. Cripple him first, then keep his soul and soul search. The other Level 8s rushed forward, their bodies filled with killing intent. They represented the government, the strongest faction in the divine realm. No one dared to go against them. Over the years, they had relied on their official status and had been tested time and time again. "You're courting death." A cold glint flashed in Zichen's eyes. Although he was a little wary of the government, he was absolutely not afraid. Since the other party was so aggressive, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a Grade 8 expert. He pointed his finger forward, and a finger light formed by the power of yin and yang pierced towards the center of the opponent's eyebrows. The finger beam pierced through the space between his eyebrows and flew out with a trace of blood. The haughty expression of this Level 8 expert froze. Disbelief was written all over his face as his vitality was gradually extinguished. He didn't expect to meet someone who wasn't afraid of death. The other party really didn't put the government in his eyes. Was he not worried that his family and forces would be implicated? This Level 8 divine general was dead. Whether or not Zichen's actions would bring about unimaginable consequences had nothing to do with him. Seeing that one person had died, there was an uproar in the distance. Zichen's move was clearly a show of defiance against the government. Regardless of whether he was a traitor or not, he was still a traitor if he killed someone from the government. There was no turning back. The other Level 8 experts who represented the government were also stunned. It was the first time they met someone who ignored the government like this. "You traitor! How dare you? Kill him!" The level 8 expert, standing in the distance, shouted sternly. The other level 8 experts came back to their senses. They didn't care anymore. They all charged towards Zichen with powerful auras surging from their bodies. Blade light and sword shadows flashed. Divine light lingered between heaven and earth, filled with powerful auras. Although they represented the government, they were still true black token war generals. Their combat power was outstanding among those of the same level. Their gazes were cold as they charged towards Zichen, so they died. The level 8 experts who charged forward were instantly killed by Zichen. This scene was as easy as a massacre. There was an uproar again. No one expected Zichen to have such powerful combat power. Damn it, this person is a traitor of the Protoss. Whoever captures him will be rewarded with a level 5 black token. The level 8 expert in the distance shouted coldly, "Also, he will stay in the government forever." Brave men were bound to be attracted by great rewards. Some level 8 experts who weren't afraid of death flew up. The level 5 black token was very tempting. They could buy things at a 50% discount in the camp. Staying in the government forever was an excellent treatment. They charged forward. Feeling the turbulent auras, Zichen shook his head. Buzz! The heaven-ascending magic needle appeared and swept past the level 8 experts. With a flash of divine light, the heaven-ascending magic needle flew back. The level 8 experts were all dead. The massacre was even easier than before. It caused even louder exclamations. "It's the heaven-ascending magic needle." I didn't expect him to have the heaven-ascending magic needle. Among the exclamations, some Protoss recognized the heaven-ascending magic needle. After seeing the heaven-ascending magic needle, the level 8 divine general in the distance was shocked. Although he didn't think that the heaven-ascending magic needle in Zichen's hand was the real thing. Even if it was a replica, its lethality was still terrifying. To fight against such a treasure, one had to take out a treasure of the same level or a higher level. The heaven-ascending magic needle was still floating above his head. Rays of light flew out in front of Zichen. Those rays of light swept up the corpses of the level 8 experts and returned to him. Obviously, Zichen treated them as his spoils of war. This scene infuriated the rank 8 powerhouse even more. He snorted coldly and cupped his fists toward the void. "My lord, not only did this man rebel, but he also killed innocent people here. I hope that my lord can kill this scoundrel. Return peace to the Protoss." Zichen sneered when he heard this. As expected of someone from the government, even his words were so dignified. Even when he was accusing someone, he spoke so righteously. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited. A figure of light appeared in front of him. It was a level 9 divine general. Under such circumstances, only a level 9 expert would dare to appear. "Sir, it's him. He has killed many innocent people here." The level 8 expert pointed at Zichen and said. The level 9 expert was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air and looked down at Zichen with a cold expression. He looked down and didn't find any corpses. He frowned and asked, "Do you know your crime?" Zichen said coldly, "If you want to fight, just come. Don't be so hypocritical. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the level 9 expert's eyes. Divine light erupted from his body, and he slammed his palm toward Zichen. Buzz! The void vibrated. A palm print surrounded by divine light and released a powerful aura appeared above Zichen's head. Some people in the distance retreated, afraid of being affected. Boom! Zichen stood there motionlessly. The palm print fell and disappeared into the ground, leaving a deep fingerprint. The level 9 expert snorted, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Divine light flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Chi! A blade swept past where he disappeared. After that blade, Zichen appeared. He looked at the level 9 expert in the distance and said, "Your reaction is not bad." There was a wound on the level 9 expert's shoulder. Glowing divine, blood flowed out of it. He didn't completely avoid the previous blade. When the people around saw this, they were also shocked. A level 8 expert injured a level 9 expert. This was unbelievable. The level 8 expert, representing the official force, was also stunned. Die. Looking at the wound, the level 9 expert's eyes flashed with killing intent. He rushed toward Zichen in a flash. Zichen, who was standing in the air with a blade, sneered and disappeared from where he was. The level 9 expert felt his vision blur. Zichen was already in front of him. At the same time, a blade light appeared. He raised his palm to meet it. Divine light flashed in his palm. Boom! The energy was violent. The level 9 expert retreated in the air, and Zichen appeared. He was cold and indifferent. The scattered energy swirled around his robe. There was another wound on the level 9 expert's body. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Zichen's strength was beyond their expectations. Zichen took a step forward. His body froze and then dispersed. It was an afterimage. Poof! A soft sound came from the distance. The level 9 expert flew backward. Blood splattered in the air. The level 9 general was shocked. He shouted at Zichen, "How dare you rebel? The divine realm will not tolerate you." He didn't expect that the other party would still threaten him at this time. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body paused again, and another afterimage appeared. Poof! The blade light flashed past his body. Zichen stood beside the level 9 expert. The level 9 expert's face froze. His expression was completely fixed. The divine light around his body quickly dissipated. His breath dissipated. He was dead. There were exclamations all around. A level 8 expert killed a level 9 expert. Such a scene was rarely seen. The level 9 expert's body fell to the ground. Zichen looked back at the level 8 expert with a pale face in the distance and said, "How is it?" The level 8 expert said coldly, "You're dead meat." Zichen walked forward. A powerful breath emerged from behind the level 8 expert. Another level 9 expert came up. This time it was not one but 3. Zichen rushed forward. He pulled out his blade. The blade light swept forward. Poof! A level 9 expert couldn't dodge in time. The blade light swept past his body. The light on the surface of his body immediately broke. His body was separated from the middle. The surging vitality dissipated. Zichen pulled out his blade and attacked again. Poof! Poof! The blade light flashed twice. It went straight for the 2 level 9 experts. The yin and yang blade light swept past their bodies and disappeared. The 2 level 9 experts' incomplete bodies fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 level 9 experts died. The surroundings became extremely quiet. This method was too terrifying. "Rebellion! Rebellion!" The level 8 expert shouted, "Sir, help! Someone is going to rebel." "Who dares to rebel?" A cold voice came from the city. Then a powerful breath swept over. This breath was surging and powerful. Zichen felt pressured. A ray of light flew out from the city and appeared in front of Zichen. Chapter 2856. Cries of alarm rose and fell. The people in the distance all stared at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with shock. The 8th grade Divine General, who represented the official forces, smiled confidently and proudly. Zichen's expression didn't change much. He was only slightly surprised. This scene wasn't too unexpected. A 9th rank Divine General stood in front of him. He wore an extremely eye-catching set of armor with a large general written on the front. If Zichen's guess was correct, there should be a number on the other party's back. There were countless experts in the God realm, but only a mere 108 of them could afford to wear this kind of armor. This person was a ranked divine general, one of the 108 strongest in the God realm. Zichen was sure that this wasn't the last one, because he'd seen that person before. The cries of alarm suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings fell silent once more. They didn't expect a ranked divine general to be in the city. What was even more unexpected was that the strongest divine general was going to make a move against an 8th rank divine general. A ranked divine general against an 8th rank divine general. This was completely unheard of. Ong Wei, who'd snuck out of the forest and blended into the crowd, saw this scene and his face filled with worry. Zichen was only an 8th rank. How could he be a match for a ranked divine general? The fog surrounding Zichen was already far away, because Zichen's speed had been too fast during the previous battle. It could no longer keep up with him. Although he was a shrouded figure, he knew a few things about the God realm and the celestial realm, such as ranked divine generals. Today, the master they'd just submitted to had actually provoked a ranked divine general. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ranked divine general was just standing there. He didn't do anything, but he gave off a great deal of pressure. Zichen's gaze swept past the divine general and into the distance. A few more people were flying over, including the old man from the shop. At this moment, he had a look of surprise on his face. "So it's you." Zichen looked at the old man and spoke in a calm voice. "Young friend, what do you mean?" The old man looked at him in confusion. First it was the level 8 Dark Shadow Assassins, then it was Clay's team, and finally it was the government. Zichen had a mocking look on his face. "Now, even the ranked divine generals are here. You guys sure are generous." "You already know." The old man's innocent expression turned gloomy, and the way he looked at Zichen also turned hostile. Since Zichen already knew, he no longer pretended and said indifferently, "In that case, you'd better be smart and hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Zichen replied, "I'll say the same to you. You'll regret being so overbearing." The surroundings were quiet as everyone quietly listened to the conversation in the air. No matter what happened to Zichen in the end, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. This was because he could face ranked divine generals without flinching or even disregard them. This is very impressive. Shock waves rippled through the air, spreading out in all directions like huge waves. The source was the divine generals. Being ignored by Zichen, he was naturally angry. His emotions caused the surrounding temperature to change. A chill filled the air like snow, piercing to the bone. Zichen moved. He took a step forward and disappeared, only to reappear in the next moment. His fist surged with the blazing light of yin and yang, carrying a violent aura as it blasted toward the divine general's side. The quiet surroundings were once again in an uproar. No one had expected that Zichen, a level 8 divine general, would choose to take the initiative to attack instead of running away in fear. The divine general raised his hand. Light swirled around his palm, causing the air to distort. Boom! The sky shook, and cracks extended from beneath the two of them. Zichen's body was sent flying into the distance. Every time he retreated, he would be several miles away. The divine general stood motionless in the air. It was obvious who was superior. Whoosh! Several miles away, Zichen disappeared again. In front of the divine general, space distorted and another fist appeared. The speed Zichen displayed now was even faster than when he had killed the level 9 divine general. A hint of surprise appeared on the divine general's expressionless face. He clenched his fist and attacked. This punch arrived first and was clearly faster than Zichen's. The moment the two fists collided, the world exploded again, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. Zichen retreated several miles, but the divine general still did not move. Steadying himself, he said indifferently, "The divine general is just SOSO." A cold smile appeared on the divine general's lips. He said, "You're not strong, but you talk big." His voice was deep, powerful, and full of authority. in the entire god realm other than the true experts, who dared to provoke the divine general. Even the sons of gods did not dare. Zi Qin, a level 8 divine general, was probably the only one. In the 2 exchanges, the divine general had not moved, but Zi Qin had been forced back twice. With such an obvious difference, Zi Qin dared to say that the divine general was just SOSO. In everyone's eyes, he was boasting shamelessly. Zi Qin smiled coldly. The divine general raised his arm, and a ripple surged out from his arm. A powerful collision sounded, and a beam of divine light flew out. It was the heaven-connecting divine needle that had tried to sneak an attack. The divine general said, "Insignificant skill." Even the heaven-connecting divine needle had failed, which showed how powerful the divine general was. Zi Qin had been able to kill a level 9 divine general in an instant, but he could not gain any advantage over the divine general. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back, but Zi Qin's expression did not change much. If the divine general could not block the heaven-connecting divine needle, then he would be very disappointed. The light of yin and yang flashed on his body, each occupying half of his body. The next moment he punched out. Fist lights appeared and flew forward like brilliant shooting stars. The shock waves were not strong, but there were many of them. The divine general stood there without moving, his face full of disdain. The fist flashing with the light of yin and yang landed on the divine general's body and exploded. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded in the sky as fist lights exploded one after another, and the terrifying power of yin and yang spread out wildly. Wave after wave of powerful shock waves spread out, and the generals in the distance all retreated, their faces full of fear. They felt a strong sense of threat from this wave of energy. Even as they retreated, their eyes were still fixed on the area in front of them, which was surrounded by yin and yang energy. They could no longer see the divine general. Explosions continued to resound, and the terrifying shock waves spread out layer after layer. He's only at level 8, and he's already so strong. How strong will he be once he reaches level 9? The old man from the shop narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He felt threatened. At this moment, everyone could see how powerful Zi Qin was. They could also predict that if Zi Qin reached level 9, he would definitely become a divine general with his current combat strength. But now, Zi Qin was facing a dangerous situation. If he could not resolve it, he would have no chance of advancing. Amidst the explosions, the fist lights finally exploded. Zi Qin stood in the distance, quietly looking ahead. There, the power of yin and yang surged wildly, wreaking havoc like a storm. The divine general was in the center of the energy storm, and he did not know what was going on. The violent energy gradually dissipated, and the figure of the divine general appeared. The armor on his body was shining, and the divine light lingered around his body. His body was in perfect condition. He looked at Zi Qin and said, "What other tricks do you have? Just show them. If you wait for me to act, you won't have another chance." Zi Qin's response was to form a seal. As the seal moved, the power of yin and yang around him surged out and gathered in the air, fusing into palm-sized thunder lotuses. These thunder lotuses were still made of yin and yang energy, but their aura was much stronger than the fist lights from before. The number of yin and yang thunder lotuses around Zi Qin instantly exceeded 1,000. Ang Wei had seen Zi Qin use this trick before. At that time, he used these thunder lotuses to kill a group of level 8 experts. But now his opponent was the divine general. He did not know if it would be effective. The thunder lotuses were still expanding, and there were thousands of them. With a thought from Zi Qin, they flew forward. When the divine general saw these thunder lotuses, his pupils shrank. As the thunder lotuses approached, the deafening roar sounded again. Intense yin and yang energy waves spread out, carrying a terrifying aura. The light shield above the trade city in the distance was affected, and it began to distort violently. Thousands of thunder lotuses exploded in an instant, and the destructive power they formed was indescribable. Not to mention the level 8 experts. Even the level 9 experts were shocked. No matter how many of them worked together, it was useless against such a horrifying trick. Zichen did not expect to kill his opponent with this trick. He only hoped to injure him, even if it was just a little bit. The thunder lotuses exploded one after another. His expression immediately turned serious, and yin and yang energy appeared in his hands again. The yin and yang energy began to fuse, forming yin and yang thunder lotuses again. This time, there was only one yin and yang thunder lotus. Its color deepened and darkened. The space in front of him was violently distorted, and the violent yin and yang energy kept flashing, illuminating the faces of the experts in the distance. Just then, there was a cry of surprise. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the violent energy. Then, the violent yin and yang energy dispersed to the sides, and the divine general walked out. No matter how violent and terrifying the energy around him was, it could not hurt him at all. Wherever he passed, the violent energy would disappear. He walked out of the violent yin and yang energy, still intact. He was ready to show Zichen his strength and disdain. But when his gaze fell on Zichen, his expression changed slightly. An even more intense wave of energy came from Zichen's body. Another thunder lotus flew out. Compared to the thousands of thunder lotuses before, this thunder lotus was insignificant. But at this moment, the divine general's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Chapter 28:57. The enlarged yin-yang thunder lotus instantly enveloped the divine general. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the terror and power of this thunder lotus. The power of this one thunder lotus was more terrifying than the thousands of thunder lotuses from before. Zichen was also filled with anticipation at this moment, because this was one of the few powerful attacks he had. If even this move couldn't hurt the divine general, there was no point in fighting this battle. The key was to escape as soon as possible. The thunder lotus exploded, creating an even more violent and terrifying wave. Even Zichen had to retreat in the face of this wave. The light barrier in the distance was affected and started to distort as if it was about to shatter. The spectators were extremely shocked. With the strength Zichen had displayed, only the divine general could deal with him. In the midst of the raging energy, a violent wave appeared and a figure rushed out. It was the divine general. Although he had rushed out, he was no longer as calm as before. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. Seeing the divine general in this state, the crowd was in an uproar again. A level 8 had injured a divine general? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. Die. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, the divine general's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Being injured by a mere level 8 made him feel humiliated. He slapped the air with his palm. The sky suddenly darkened as a palm print emitting divine light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zichen's head. Light flashed in Zichen's hand as his long saber appeared. The power of yin and yang gathered around the saber. The saber began to tremble and emitted a blinding light. He unsheathed his saber. The saber light shot up like a waterfall and slashed at the palm print surrounded by divine light. The palm print was split in the middle and dissipated. After destroying the palm print, Zichen's expression didn't change. He returned his saber to its sheath and blocked it. A fist radiance surrounded by divine light appeared and hit the scabbard. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, forming a halo ripple. Zichen was sent flying. The divine general appeared where he had been standing. He stared coldly at Zichen. Swish! The retreating Zichen disappeared. The divine general said coldly, "Your speed is not bad, but it's impossible for you to injure me." Really? Zichen's cold voice came from the side. The divine general turned around and punched forward. Zi Chen's figure shattered, but it was just an afterimage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, Zi Chen left behind several afterimages beside the divine generals, but they were all destroyed one by one. After several afterimages, the real body appeared. When the real body appeared, he unsheathed his long saber and slashed forward. Clang! Divine light flickered. A long spear blocked in front of him, meeting the blade edge, blocking this blade. Through the clash of weapons, Zi Qin could sense the coldness in the divine general's eyes. His saber flashed with divine light as it pressed forward. Boom! The energy went berserk. He and the divine general both retreated. Through the previous battle, Zi Qin had already seen everything clearly. Of the 108 generals, this man was ranked 107. Although his ranking was very low, he was still a great expert in the divine realm. There were countless divine generals in the divine realm, but there were only 106 who were stronger than him. Buzz! Behind him, the 12-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared, releasing streaks of lightning. Ong Wei had never seen the heavenly thunder wings before. Now that he saw them, he was shocked and amazed by Zi Chen's endless means. Swish! Zi Chen's figure disappeared. After using the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would reach a real limit. Not only would it be the fastest speed in the world, but it would also be the ultimate speed in the world. The divine general only saw a blur before his eyes, and then a flash of light appeared in front of him. At this moment, his reaction couldn't keep up with Zi Chen's. His spear pierced through the air, but it only pierced through a flash of light. Then there was a clanging sound. Zi Chen's saber had fallen on his waist, but it was blocked by the armor. Swish! Swish! Zi Chen's figure flickered, like a beam of light, moving around the divine general. During this time, the divine general continuously attacked with his spear, but he only pierced through one afterimage after another. The sound of the saber colliding with the armor was constantly heard. The surroundings quieted down again. The divine generals all had their mouths agape, their eyes wide open as if they were petrified. Zi Chen's speed actually suppressed the divine general. If it wasn't for the armor blocking the attacks for him, his body would have been cut into several pieces. This scene was simply too shocking. Get lost! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Zi Chen's body flew backward. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. There were several holes in his black robe, but they didn't pierce his skin. His burst of speed could completely suppress a 9th-grade divine general, even if his opponent was a divine general. However, after gaining speed, his attack power was slightly weaker, so he couldn't break through the divine general's armor for the time being. Even so, it was enough to prove that Zi Qin had the strength to fight against a divine general. The observing Misty Shadow was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He wanted to inform Wang Lai to watch this battle, but unfortunately, Zi Chen's world was sealed. Golden Flood Dragon kills gods! The divine general let out a roar and shook the spear in his hand. A circle of ripples spread out as he stabbed forward. A powerful aura burst out, and the spear flashed with a dazzling light. With a roar, the spear instantly turned into a golden flood dragon. The flood dragon was more than 10,000 feet long. Its body snaked as it headed straight for Zi Qin. Its eyes were cold and sharp. A strong aura locked onto Zi Qin. The space around him became extremely viscous, affecting his speed. He looked at the charging flood dragon, and the light of yin and yang circled his body again. The scabbard shook again, and a blinding light burst out from it. He unsheathed his saber and slashed down. 8 general-level saber intents circled the blade. The saber radiance rose into the sky and collided with the golden flood dragon. Bang! The saber radiance shattered, and the 8 saber intents dissipated. The golden flood dragon continued to charge at Zi Qin. Buzz! The void trembled, and a saber ancestor's tablet appeared. It immediately enlarged like a mountain, blocking the golden flood dragon. Boom! The golden flood dragon and the saber ancestor's tablet collided. The powerful shockwave sent the saber ancestor's tablet flying. Buzz! Then, a second saber ancestor's tablet appeared. One after another, the saber ancestor's tablets appeared in front of the golden flood dragon. In the continuous rumbling, the golden flood dragon's huge body collapsed and turned into a golden spear that flew back. 8 pieces of Zi Chen's saber ancestor's tablet had been sent flying. As expected of a divine general, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Die! The divine general thrust his spear again. This time, the spear whistled as it tore through the air. The space seemed to be pierced through, and it carried with it a cold chill. Zi Chen continued to hold his saber and slashed forward. Clang! A ripple spread out, and Zi Chen's body flew backward in the air. As he flew backward, his expression was indifferent. He shouted and activated his saber domain. Buzz! The 8 saber ancestors' tablets that had been scattered released light at this moment. The light connected together, forming a saber domain. Outside the domain, the spectators were very surprised to see this scene. Zi Chen, who seemed to be defeated, had secretly arranged such a backup plan. Looking at the sudden appearance of the saber domain, the divine general said coldly, "You're just digging your own grave." "Is that so?" Zi Chen smiled coldly. Light flashed on his body, and energy gathered toward the blade. "You can't break my defense at all. You're just trapping yourself." The divine general thrust his spear again, and the spear momentum was more powerful and terrifying. Zi Chen drew his saber and slashed. The people outside the saber domain could only see what was happening inside the domain, but they couldn't hear what the two were talking about. They could only see the divine general thrust his spear forward, and Zi Chen slashed down with his saber. In this attack, Zi Chen was still the one who retreated. The divine general was very strong. However, Zi Chen's performance today was already very shocking. It was already very impressive that he could fight against the divine general for so long in the 8th level realm. Zi Chen, who had retreated, rushed forward again and drew his saber for the second time. This time, 8 rays of light surrounded the saber and collided with the incoming spear. In this confrontation, Zi Chen and the divine general both retreated. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Then Zi Chen attacked again. This time, 8 rays of light fell from the domain and merged into the saber. It looked no different from the previous attack. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, when the saber slashed down and collided with the spear, a strong light burst out. Zi Chen stood there without moving, while the divine general was sent flying backward. Such a change shocked the divine generals around. The changes brought by these 3 slashes were too great. In the domain, Zi Chen looked coldly at the divine general who was sent flying backward and slashed down again. The 8 saber ancestor tablets trembled, providing him with general-level saber intent. It could be said that at this moment he had also displayed the power of the saber domain to the extreme. The divine general's spear turned into a golden jiao dragon again. However, this time, the golden jiao dragon was firmly suppressed. The saber light flashed, and the golden jiao dragon was separated from the middle and dissipated into thin air. At the same time, the saber light did not lose its momentum and fell on the divine general. As the saber light exploded, the divine general coughed up blood and flew backward. His defense still didn't break, but the huge impact caused him to suffer internal injuries. Zi Chen's expression was slightly cold, and the heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped. Whoosh! His figure disappeared. Seeing Zi Chen disappear, the divine general's expression changed. There was a fluctuation beside him, and he stabbed back with his spear. The spear light pierced through the void and the spear missed. Buzz! The light shield on the surface of his body trembled and began to distort, enduring an unimaginable impact. His body flew out diagonally, just in time to see Zi-Chin put away his saber and disappear again. He knew that things were not going well. Without any leverage, he stabbed his spear in the air. Some golden blood splattered from the tip of the spear. His body flew out again, and the light shield on the surface of his body shattered instantly. Seeing the light shield on the surface of his body disappear, a look of horror appeared on the divine general's face. "Huh!" he shouted, and the spear stabbed again for the third time. Puff! Zi-Chen's figure appeared, and the spear pierced through the divine general's chest. He stood in front of the divine general, and blood dripped down the penetrated spear. However, the divine general did not show the slightest excitement at this time. He grabbed the spear and looked down at his body. There was a long crack on his armor, and blood was seeping out of the crack. The defense of his armor had been broken. Chapter 2858. In the core region of the Divine Realm, there was a city. It was located in the center of the 10 regions. This city was not the heavenly god city, but its fame was not inferior to the 9 great heavenly god cities. This was because it was the first city in the Divine Realm. The name of the city was God City, indicating the origin of all god cities. It was said that this city had already existed long ago, before the heavenly gods were heavenly gods. Apart from its origin, the other reason why this city was so famous was because there were 2 divine steels in the city. The 2 divine steels were divided into 2 categories, general and king. There had always been 108 names on the general level divine steels, representing the 108 generals of the divine realm. On the king level divine steels, there were 36 names, representing the 36 godly kings. Regardless of whether it was the 36 godly kings or the 108 godly generals, they all represented the supreme glory of the God clan. Every God clan member who came to the city would go to the 2 divine steels to take a look. They all looked forward to the day when they could enter the rankings. Under normal circumstances, the names on the 2 divine steels would not change. Unless a godly general became a godly king, the name would naturally disappear and be replaced by the next godly general. Of course, there were also accidents, such as a godly general dying in battle. However, this kind of situation was very rare, so much so that it had not happened for many years. There were only godly generals who were seriously injured and had their realms reduced, but there had never been a godly general who died in battle. On this day, the general-level divine steels suddenly trembled. The 108 names on the divine steels all lit up, emitting a dazzling light. This kind of change indicated that the rarely seen godly generals' rankings would change. The God clan members who sensed the commotion all rushed over, curiously staring at the top of the list. They were guessing which godly general had become a godly king. Especially the names at the top of the list, they were the most promising because this list had not changed for several hundred years. The names at the top did not change, but at the bottom, the second to last name, Huckle's name, disappeared. The disappearance of his name meant that Huckle had lost his qualifications to become a godly general. Everyone was in an uproar, guessing who Huckle had been defeated by. Usually, a new godly general would replace him in this kind of situation. At the same time, it meant that Huckle had lost his qualifications. Just as everyone was waiting for the new name to appear, they were disappointed to find that the name did not appear. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned. Then they thought of a certain possibility, and their expressions changed greatly. They felt that it was inconceivable. Only when an immortal general died in battle would there be no new name. Huckleberry is dead. A divine general had been killed. Outside the saber domain, everyone widened their eyes and stared ahead without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. Zi-Chen's speed was too fast. The battle strength of a divine general was also extremely powerful. Both sides were fighting in the domain. They could only see the changes in light and shadow, but they could not hear anything else. The illusory figure quickly froze. Zi Chen's body was pierced through by the spear and fixed in place. The battle also stopped at this moment. An uproar broke out in the quiet surroundings. Looking at Zi Chen, whose body had been pierced by the spear, Ong Wei's emotions fluctuated greatly. There was sadness in his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to make such a friend, but he was killed by a ranked divine general. Hayes was also stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that he would be leaving this area this time. Zi Chen's combat strength had shocked him, and he was very satisfied. He believed that the king would be satisfied as well. They were willing to leave with such a powerhouse. However, unexpectedly, Zi Chen encountered a ranked divine general. Although his combat strength was strong enough, he was still one level below a ranked divine general. Now the battle was over. It seemed that they should consider going back. A smile appeared on the face of the old man in the shop, and he became excited. The battle was over, and he could get what he wanted. The level 8 representative of the official faction also smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. No one who had offended the official faction had a good ending. Moreover, this matter was not over. When they returned, they would investigate Zi Chen's background through the Black Token, or investigate the faction or family behind him. Regretful voices came from all around. A powerhouse with great potential had died just like that. If they were of the same level, they believed that this ranked divine general would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The battle was over. The battle was indeed over. Zi Chen's body was still motionless. In front of him, the ranked divine general's body fell down. As he fell, his body was split in two. The domain had not dissipated. When the crowd saw this, their expressions immediately changed. The smile on the old man's face froze. Ong Wei's sorrowful expression also froze. The misty shadow was stunned. Within the domain, Zi Chen moved. He reached out and pulled out his spear. With a flash of light, he put away the spear. That spear was of the same quality as the armor. It was something that only a champion could have. The ranked divine general who fell below the domain remained motionless. Zi Chen turned around. Only then did they react. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Zi Chen was still alive. A ranked divine general was dead. A level 8 had killed a ranked divine general. How was this possible? No one could believe what they had just seen. Even if this was something that had really happened, something that had already happened. He won. Zi Chen actually won. Ong Wei was the first to accept this. A smile appeared on his face again. He was happy for Zi Chen's strength. Does this mean that Zi Chen is now a ranked divine general? One could replace a ranked divine general after defeating one. Now that Zi Chen had killed a ranked divine general, he naturally became a ranked divine general. Everyone was in a daze. They had just witnessed the death of a ranked divine general and the appearance of a ranked divine general. The domain of Blade dispersed. Zi Chen's figure appeared. At this moment, everyone saw Zi Chen with their own eyes. The crowd was in an uproar. A new ranked divine general had appeared. He was a level 8 divine general. This was too unbelievable. It was too unremarkable. Zi Chen had already taken away the ranked divine general's body. They believed that he would gain a lot this time. He looked ahead and saw the level 8 divine general who represented the official force. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. He didn't dare to look at Zi Chen at all. Zi Chen's gaze continued to move. Eventually, it fell on the old man in the shop. The old man looked terrible. He didn't expect Lin Huang to be so powerful. A mere level 8 divine general could kill a level 9 divine general. "Old man, it's time to settle the matter between the two of us," Zi Chen said. His tone was calm, but it was full of dignity. He wasn't a ranked divine general. However, at this moment, everyone thought that he was already a ranked divine general. He was ranked 107th. His voice was calm. It was a normal voice, but everyone felt that it already had the dignity of a ranked divine general. "What is it?" The old man in the shop looked a little pale. He looked at Zi Chen and asked, "You know very well." Zi Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. "You sent people to kill me several times. This isn't a small matter." The old man in the shop said, "This might be a misunderstanding. Moreover, you're seriously injured now. I think you should treat your injuries for the time being instead of discussing this with me." "Are you threatening me?" Zi Chen's eyes turned even colder. "Of course not." The old man in the shop said, "You killed Huck, so you've become a ranked divine general. You're also a member of the official force. Naturally, I have to congratulate you. I believe that the divine generals above you will also congratulate you because they also represent the official forces." Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "It seems that you're still threatening me." Murderous intent surged from his body as he rushed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Zi Chen would really dare to kill him. Boom! With a violent explosion of energy, Zi Chen, who was rushing toward the old man, was sent flying in midair. He smashed heavily on the light shield, causing it to distort violently. Such an unforeseen event stunned everyone. They didn't know what had happened. Zi Chen's body landed on the ground. He kept coughing up blood, and his aura became weak. He looked up at the sky and saw a person standing there. He was the one who had launched a sneak attack on Zi Chen. The other divine generals also saw him and cried out in alarm. "A divine general! It's a ranked divine general!" The existence standing in the air was from the divine race. He was also wearing a battle armor with the word divine on it. The divine race had ranked divine generals, and the divine race also had ranked divine generals. Perhaps it was because, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. They were both ranked 108. It's a pity that he didn't die even after that. The ranked divine general shook his head, looking very regretful. The surroundings fell silent again because the unforeseen event had happened too quickly. No one had expected that there would be a ranked divine general hiding in the dark. Moreover, this highly reputable divine general had launched a sneak attack. Zi Chen was already seriously injured, and his combat strength had decreased a lot. It was impossible for him to fight a ranked divine general. But under such circumstances, the other party still launched a sneak attack? They really wanted to say that he was shameless. Zi Chen stood up. His injuries were extremely serious. The other party's sneak attack had caught him off guard. If not for his whirled and powerful body, he might have really died. He looked up at the ranked divine general and said coldly, "It's indeed a pity because I didn't die. You're the next one to die." The ranked divine general said mockingly, "With just you?" Zi Chen said, "Of course. I'm an existence who killed a ranked divine general. How could I not kill a scoundrel like you who only knows how to launch sneak attacks?" His words were confident and arrogant, and the mockery in them was extremely obvious. The ranked divine general's expression turned ugly. It was indeed embarrassing for him to launch a sneak attack on a seriously injured level 8 expert. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." After Zi Chen finished speaking, he pointed forward and a ray of light landed in the void. Chapter 2859. The speck of light in the vortex was like a spirit seed that began to germinate. It grew very quickly. As the spirit seed changed, the surrounding space began to distort violently and spread into the distance. A storm appeared from all directions. The roar of the storm resounded in the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, as if doomsday had arrived. The battle generals who were already far away retreated even more quickly. At this moment, their faces were filled with deep shock. Zi Chen, who was already seriously injured, could still display such a terrifying attack. In fact, this attack had little to do with Zichen. After he attacked, he could no longer control this attack. At this moment, everything was controlled by the world. In his world, the power of heaven and earth rotated and gathered in one place. That place was the roots of the outside world. It could be said that the plant seemed to be rooted in the void, but it was actually rooted in his world. It absorbed the power of the world and grew. Although the world belonged to Zichen, he could not control such a huge power. After the ranked heaven general sensed the change in the aura, his expression became solemn. A strong wave spread out from the front. In the center of the branches and leaves, a flower bud appeared. Everyone retreated far away and looked in front of them in shock. The flower bud spun and bloomed, turning into a flower that looked like a lotus. Wave after wave of even more powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions as the flower buds bloomed, like ribbons of color. The ranked heaven general's idea of killing Zichen in advance was shattered. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was the danger of death. The wave was too terrifying. The flower bud bloomed and the wave spread out. When it encountered the light shield behind it, the light shield kept distorting. Cracks appeared on the distorted light shield, and it exploded with a bang. The defense of a 9th grade general city, and it was very likely that it was a divine general city, was broken just like that. This was caused by the aftermath of the energy. What if it was hit directly? Everyone's face was filled with shock. The wave was still spreading. The city began to collapse, and there was a rumbling sound. The rocks and trees in the distance were all destroyed. Endless light was released. Gold and silver changed and dyed the surroundings. The roots, branches, and leaves from before had all disappeared, and a lotus flower floated in the air, slowly rotating. Zichen, who had also dodged, raised his head and looked at the two-colored lotus flower that had already formed. The lotus flower flew towards the heavenly general. The dual-colored lotus was somewhat similar to the yin-yang thunder lotus, but it was more lifelike. This was because it grew naturally and was not formed by a forced fusion. The two-colored lotus flew forward, and at the same time a black hole appeared in the sky. The power of rules fell from the black hole, shrouding the celestial general and trapping him. Ha! The ranked celestial general bellowed, pushing his general armor to the limit. Intense light burst out from the armor, forming violent waves that shook off the descending rules. At this moment, the two-colored lotus arrived in front of him. It was still spinning, and the fluctuations were still strong. The heavenly general's body shone with a strong light as he blocked with his saber. The two-colored lotus was spinning, and every time it spun, there would be a clash of power, creating even more powerful waves. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were no longer any buildings or vegetation. The light on the heavenly general's body dimmed bit by bit. His face was filled with fear and shock, as well as some regret. If he had known that the other party had such a terrifying method, he would not have appeared no matter what. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Such a powerful attack had appeared, and he had to block it. The two-colored lotus flower was Zichen's final trump card. It finally extinguished the light of energy on the heavenly general's body. At the same time, it reached its limit and exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the heavenly general was devoured by this energy. The world lost its original color and turned into gold and silver. It dyed the world like an ink painting. No one could open their eyes. It was extremely dazzling. Even though they were far enough away, the intense shock waves still caused their blood and qi to churn. This situation lasted for a long time. The dazzling yin-yang energy disappeared, and half of the huge trading city disappeared. There was a deep pit on the ground that stretched for dozens of miles. Occasionally, energy would sweep out, bringing with it some flying dust. The surroundings became extremely quiet. Many people looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect the second battle to start and end like this. Previously, Zichen had displayed powerful combat strength. But they did not expect him to still be so powerful. The two heavenly generals were nowhere to be seen. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Finally, someone mustered the courage to fly forward and out of the deep pit. There were two figures in the huge pit. They were the two heavenly generals. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the ground, motionless. No one dared to go forward. They all stood there and watched. When they looked at each other, they looked at each other. Ong Wei wanted to go forward, but he did not dare. He was worried that if he moved, the others would move as well. This situation did not last for long. Just as everyone's emotions became restless, one person stood up. It was the level 8 Ziqin. The quiet surroundings were in an uproar again. No one had expected Ziqin to still be alive. He stood up and walked toward the heavenly general. The heavenly general remained motionless. He walked very slowly. It looked like he was severely injured and his life was in danger. Still, no one dared to go forward. Perhaps deep down, they were still hoping that something else would happen. Even when Ziqin walked in front of the heavenly general who was lying on the ground, the latter's body did not move. Why bother? Ziqin shook his head as he looked at the heavenly general who was no longer breathing. He picked up the battle blade that the heavenly general had dropped and put away his body. Why bother asking for death? An even greater uproar came from all around, because the heavenly general was dead. On this day, the level 8 Ziqin had killed two heavenly generals. Although they did not dare believe it, it was a fact. The level 8 Ziqin had killed another heavenly general. He was ranked 103rd in the divine race. After collecting the spoils of war, Ziqin coughed up blood again. His injuries had worsened. Everyone he is seriously injured. Whoever can represent the official forces to kill him will stay with the official forces forever and enjoy endless resources. At this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. It was the level 8 heavenly general from before. Upon hearing this, Ziqin turned around. He had yet to cause trouble for the other party, but the other party had taken the initiative to make things difficult for him. Both parties looked at each other, and he coughed up blood again. Ong Wei stood there without moving. As he looked at Ziqin, he only felt that he was amazing. Very amazing. As for the instigation of the level 8 heavenly general, his expression did not change at all. If anything, it would be pity. Why bother? Why bother throwing away their lives? If these people dared to step forward, none of them would survive. It was not because he believed in Ziqin's combat power, but because he believed in the misty shadows. All the misty shadows were with Ziqin. The people around him were somewhat hesitant because Ziqin was too strong. Everyone he has the spirit shadow fruit. Obtaining the spirit shadow fruit will allow you to kill the misty shadows. Where else can you find such a good thing? The level 8 heavenly general said again. Furthermore, he has the weapon and armor of a heavenly general on him. Those are even more amazing resources. Of course, his weapon and the heavenly god needle are also amazing weapons. If we kill him, the resources will be enough for everyone to use. Most importantly, he is heavily injured and his life is in danger. This is your only chance. If you miss it, when you see him in the future, you can only grovel and call him Lord. Benefits could make people lose their minds and make them lose their rationality. The experts who were hesitating before all thought of what had happened, and their breathing became rapid. Whoever dares to step into the range of the deep pit will be killed without mercy. Ziqin's cold voice sounded. It was still sonorous and powerful. The expressions of the experts around him changed. Some people immediately retreated out of the deep pit. He's bluffing. He won't live for long. The level 8 heavenly general walked into the range of the deep pit. Ziqin did not attack. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and put a pill into his mouth. There's not much time left. The level 8 heavenly general shouted. This shout caused the people around him to lose their last bit of rationality. They roared and charged forward, their powerful aura surging. For benefits, they became crazy. Ong Wei shook his head. Was it not good to live? Why throw away their lives? He looked at the motionless Zichen and was not worried. In his expectation, Zichen would release the misty shadow at the next moment. Then the thick mist would cover the deep pit and kill everyone who charged forward. However, this did not happen until they reached Zichen. This stunned Ong Wei. Buzz! With a buzz, a saber arc appeared on Zichen's body and then drew a circle. This circle spread out more than a dozen zhang. Within this range, all the warlords died, regardless of whether they were level 8 or level 9. This scene caused the people who came later to be shocked. Zichen was still sitting, cross-legged and healing. Next to him stood a second Zichen. However, this Zichen was surrounded by divine light. He held a sheathless saber in his hand. The saber was lime in color. It was a stone saber. Blood splattered around him. He looked at the experts in the distance and smiled. His smile was ferocious and cold. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The heaven-ascending magic needle turned into a beam of light and flew forward. Zichen was not a god and could not control the heaven-ascending magic needle. It had always been his avatar that was controlling it. Although he was only an avatar, he was an amazing avatar, because he had the heavenly god's bone. The heavenly god's bone that even the abyss could not destroy. The heaven-ascending magic needle could easily kill level 8 warlords. As for him, he rushed toward the level 9 warlords. He did not defend and did not know how to defend. He only knew how to attack. A level 9 warlord stabbed his chest with a sword, but it only pierced his skin and was blocked by his bones. He slashed down with his saber. A divine light flashed on the stone saber. A level 9 warlord died. This was a massacre. It was very tragic. The people in the distance were terrified. They shouted and wanted to retreat. Buzz! The void shook. The world's rules descended from the sky and shrouded the deep pit. The people outside the deep pit could not enter, and the people inside could not get out. Separated by the world's rules, the people outside the rules looked at the massacre in shock. Heart-wrenching screams came through the rules, chilling people's hearts. The level 8 official's face was pale. The old man's face was also ugly. At this moment, they finally knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 2860. The massacre continued. The screams continued, causing people to feel extreme terror. Outside the deep pit, many people were celebrating. They hesitated and did not immediately go forward. Fortunately, they managed to keep their lives. Too strong. They did not expect that he would have such a powerful clone when he was injured. The clone was even more fearless than the real body. It did not defend against any attacks, and only charged forward with its blade. He had killed many people and was in a terrible state. There was almost no place on his body that was intact. There were wounds everywhere. God blood sprayed and colorful light lingered. The price for such injuries was the death of many rank 9s and a group of rank 8s. Save me! Lord, spare me! Lord, I was wrong, please spare me! Among the screams, there were pleas for mercy. There were no threats. No one dared to threaten him. The rank 8 official looked at the battle in front of him, the corner of his eyes twitching. He knew that he had caused a great disaster this time. He glanced at the old man of the shop next to him. The old man was silent and had a dark expression. A beam of light appeared on his body and then disappeared. He was going to run. In this situation, it would be stupid not to run. Whoosh! The old man who had just disappeared appeared again and retreated in fear. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and blood was seeping out of it. A ball of white mist spread in front of him and then disappeared. Mist shadow! It's mist shadow! Exclamations came from all around. The battle generals, not far from the old man, retreated in fear. They would never have thought that there would be a mist shadow here. Why was the mist shadow here? Why did it attack the old man? They did not understand. Or rather, they thought of a possibility but did not dare to believe it, so they pretended not to understand. Why is it like this? The rank 8 official, who also had thoughts of running, was also filled with fear. Even the rank 9 old man was injured. If he moved, he would definitely die. The appearance of the mist shadow was definitely not a coincidence. Attacking the old man was also not a coincidence. Putting these two events together, which were not coincidental, he came to a terrible conclusion. He turned his head and looked into the distance. That was the most dangerous poison, mist forest. But at this time there was no poison mist. If there was no poisonous fog, then where did the fog shadows go? He looked at Zichen again, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. The screams disappeared. Everything was just as Zichen had said. Not a single one of them would survive. There was only blood on the ground. There was no corpse. The power of laws around the crater dissipated, and the avatar of God, covered in blood, walked out. He walked towards the level 8 expert. The level 8 expert was terrified. "What did you just say?" The divine avatar said indifferently. "You said that I'm an arrow at the end of its flight?" He said that he was going to cause trouble for the forces behind me and my family? My lord, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The level 8 expert was terrified, but he didn't dare to threaten him anymore. The divine avatar that was covered in blood shook his head, disdain flashing in his eyes. "I thought you government officials would never feel fear." After saying that, he raised his stone knife and cut down. As expected, blood splattered and a head flew off. The divine avatar looked back at the old man in the other direction and said indifferently, "Old man, you're a businessman, but you don't do business properly. You've tried to frame me several times. I think we need to settle the scores between us." The old man's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Zichen and said, "What do you want? Name your price." The divine avatar walked up to the old man. "I want your life." "If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble," the old man said. The divine avatar said, "Actually, I've always wanted to tell you something. If you offend me, you'll be in even bigger trouble." After saying that, the divine avatar shone with divine light. He held the stone knife and turned into a beam of light, charging forward. Humph! The old man let out a cold snort, releasing his level 9 aura. Divine light surged wildly with a hint of violence. The divine light made contact with the old man and disappeared in a flash. The divine avatar stood behind the old man, still holding the stone knife tightly. There was a deep wound on his abdomen, and one could almost see his wriggling intestines. The divine light shrouded the wound, and he turned around. The old man stood there with a cold expression, motionless. The next moment, blood gushed out from his chest, forming a diagonal line, and then his body separated. The divine light flashed and swept away the old man's body and the level 8 corpse in the distance. Then, the divine avatar flew toward the collapsed city. The real body was still there, sitting cross-legged and healing, but at this time, no one dared to go forward. Many people followed the divine avatar into the city, and then they saw the divine avatar go straight to a shop. It was the shop that the old man had been running. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, and the closed door of the shop was forcibly shattered. The divine avatar walked in. No one dared to go in, so they could only wait outside. After a while, the divine avatar walked out. The shop building behind him exploded with a boom. Then, the divine avatar walked toward the core. There was a mansion there, and the core that controlled the city was in the mansion. He walked in, and there was no battle during this time, because the city lord had been killed. After a while, the divine avatar walked back. This time, the city lord's mansion did not collapse. The divine avatar left the city and met up with the real body. After that, the divine avatar turned into light and disappeared. He entered Zi Chen's world and shouted at the surging white fog, "All of you, come here and help me find these spirit rings." The white fog rolled, and one misty shadow after another appeared. They saw the corpses all over the ground, and they were all very shocked. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of divine avatars also appeared here. These divine avatars did not have much attack power and were only used to organize the spirit rings. They opened all the spirit rings and poured out all the resources inside. When they found other spirit rings, they opened them one by one. Those resources were put aside for the time being. The Black Order would pick them all out and then classify them. The Divine Black Order would naturally be left behind. As for the Divine Black Order, Zichen did not plan to leave them behind. The number of spirit rings obtained this time was very large, more than 10,000 at a glance. Some of them were given by the Misty Shadow, but under normal circumstances, after opening them, they would find other spirit rings. As for the tokens, there were more than 100,000 of them. This number was very shocking because each token was equivalent to a human life, and as for the resources, it was even more so. At this time, among the corpses, there were two that were particularly eye-catching. They were both wearing battle armor, and even after death, they were still releasing their auras. The divine avatars opened their spirit rings, and the amount of resources in them was shocking. As for the Black Order of the different factions, there were hundreds of thousands of them, more than the total amount of resources in all the spirit rings. This was the total amount of tokens that had been collected for many years. The harvest this time was so great that the divine avatar had a smile on his face. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. At this time, the spectators had not left yet. They were all standing outside the deep pit, afraid of causing misunderstandings. If you have resources, you can come to me to exchange them for the Black Order. After Zichen stood up, he looked at the people in the distance and said, Everyone was stunned, not understanding the meaning of Zichen's words. Zichen waved his hand, and more than 100,000 Black Order appeared. These Black Order belonged to the Divine faction, and Zichen had no use for them. When Ongwei saw this, he knew that Zichen was about to leave, so he started to clear the useless Black Order on him. Zichen said, All the resources can be exchanged, and the price will be according to the normal transaction price. I'll leave the resources here, and you can take the Black Order. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to go forward, worried that this was a trap. Who would dare to take the resources of a divine general? Seeing that no one came forward, Ongwei took the initiative to go forward. He took out some half-beast bones and corpses. He put the corpses and bones aside, then chose a suitable price from the hundreds of thousands of Black Order. Zichen looked at Ongwei and did not say anything. Ongwei's action was to take the lead. After exchanging the half-beast corpses, he took out some other resources and exchanged them for hundreds of Black Order, then walked back. When the others saw this, they were all tempted and immediately went forward. They had many resources that they could not use, and these resources were useless in their hands, so it was best to exchange them for tokens. Moreover, the price here was the transaction price, which was slightly higher than the purchase price of the shops. Therefore, more people came forward and began to exchange for the resources they had. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, Zichen wanted them as long as they were resources. This also made many warlords excited because they had many resources that could not be sold here. Now they gave all of them to Zichen, even if the price was lower. Even the number of black tokens that were given to them were all taken by them. There were hundreds of thousands of Black Order of all ranks. Zichen was worried that they would not be able to exchange all of them, so he said, You can also exchange for Black Order from other factions. In this way, a large number of Black Order were exchanged until all the Black Order had been exchanged. By now, Zichen's injuries had almost recovered. He put away the resources and turned to leave. An uproar came from afar. Obviously, they had started to discuss the previous battle. They had seen the death of a ranked warlord with their own eyes, and they had also seen a newly promoted ranked warlord. Naturally, they were excited. Ziqin stood in the middle of a dense forest. Not long after, Ong Wei appeared. "Are you leaving?" Ong Wei asked. Ziqin nodded. Then he took out a corpse and a black order and handed them to Ong Wei. "This belongs to a ranked divine general." Ong Wei's expression changed when he saw these things. Ziqin said, "These things should be more valuable than ordinary black orders. I have no use for them. You can keep them." Ong Wei did not refuse. He took these things and said, "Can we meet again in the future?" "I'm afraid not here. If you want to find me, go to the Divine Realm. I'm in the periphery of the 10th domain of the Divine Realm, near the area where the Mother Nest is. It's very easy to find me." Ziqin and Ong Wei parted ways here. He was leaving, and Ong Wei still had to train here. After returning to the thick fog, Ziqin opened the World Channel. Chapter 2861. In addition to the deep poisonous fog forest, there were 2 poisonous fog forests in the periphery. At this time, Ziqin was standing in the first poisonous fog forest. After he opened the world, the Misty Shadow naturally told the Misty Shadow in this poisonous fog forest to leave. Those giant crocodiles followed the Misty Shadow. Looking at those giant crocodiles, Ziqin was very satisfied. With the Misty Shadow's poisonous fog as a cover, the giant crocodiles had unimaginable lethality. This time he came to the Black Order battlefield. His harvest was much greater than last time. He had a lot of Black Orders, and he needed to exchange all of them for resources. Of course, before that, he first had to upgrade the Black Order. Those 6th-level warlords in the periphery quickly found that the poisonous fog blocking them disappeared. This made them very confused, and some began to try to go deeper. After collecting all the Misty Shadows, Ziqin went straight to the camp. The Misty Shadow that followed him before also returned to the world. At this moment, the real Misty Shadow King should have known everything that happened in the outside world. The real body flew to the camp, and the clone cultivated in the world. A light shadow appeared in front of the clone and turned into a humanoid creature. The clone opened his eyes, looked at the Misty Shadow in front of him, and said, "You are the king?" The Misty Shadow nodded. His aura was more obscure, and he had a majestic aura which other Misty Shadows did not have. In fact, after they came to this world, Ziqin had already found the real Misty Shadow King. Because this was his world, no one could hide here, but he never said it, nor did he expose it. "You are finally willing to show yourself." The clone said faintly, "This time, I am ready to meet the Master." The Misty Shadow King said respectfully. After the clone heard the Misty Shadow King's words, he shook his head and said, "It's just subduing, not recognizing a master. How can there be a master?" The Misty Shadow King was stunned. The clone continued, "You can say that he is a subordinate. Do you have any requirements?" The Misty Shadow King was very surprised by the clone's words. The former was a subordinate, so he did not need to recognize a master, which made him very happy. But he did not understand the following words. The real body went to the camp to exchange for resources, and then left here. If there are any resources you need, he will exchange some. The doppelganger smiled and said, "You should know that the real body doesn't like others to recognize him as their master. Even his subordinates get along with him as friends, and he never mistreats his friends." The Misty Shadow King was touched. He shook his head and said, "We don't need resources." The clone said, "How can you grow without resources?" "Grow in battle." The Misty Shadow King's answer was actually vague. What they needed was a corpse. The thing that could help them grow faster was actually the spiritual shadow fruit. His doppelganger didn't understand this, but when he transmitted this thought to his real body, Ziqin was very clear. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger. He killed a few battle beasts along the way before returning to the camp. This was the second time he was here. The last time he was here, Bly had led the way. There weren't many changes here. Zi-Chun familiarly walked to the place where he could exchange contribution points. He still remembered where he was last time. He saw the number 9 and walked forward. He didn't encounter any restrictions, which obviously indicated that there was no one inside. He pushed open the door and entered. He saw the old man from last time. The old man was sitting behind the table. He looked up at Zi-Chun with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "It's you?" Zi-Chun nodded and walked forward. "I haven't seen you for many years. I thought you were dead." "I didn't expect you to be alive and well," the old man said casually. "Where's Bly? Did he come here to exchange for resources recently?" asked Zi-Chun. "He came here a few years ago. He shouldn't be dead for the time being. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" The old man said lightly, "Take out your things and see how many contribution points you can exchange." Zi-Chun said, "Your attitude is as bad as always." The old man snorted. "If you want this old man to change my attitude, you must have a level 5 black order. Do you have it, kid?" Zi-Chun smiled and said, "Not now." Then, before the old man finished speaking, his expression changed. Zi-Chun took out 20 black orders and said, "But I'll have it soon." His black order was level 3. If he wanted to upgrade it to level 5, he would need 10 level 8 black orders and 10 level 9 black orders. These 20 black orders were just enough. After the old man checked the levels of the black orders, he said in surprise, "You're the first person in this battlefield to upgrade your black order to the highest level in 2 tries. I really don't know how you did it. Should I give you the contribution points now?" Zi-Chun shook his head and said, "No hurry. I still have some black orders to exchange." "Oh, you have more?" The old man's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he had a big customer today. There were many level 9 black orders in this battlefield, but there were not many who could upgrade their black order to level 5. There was not a single level 8 black order who could have a level 5 black order. Zi-Chun then took out more black order tokens. The old man looked at them, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Zi-Chun was a big customer. Black order tokens appeared one after another and soon filled the table. Seeing that Zi-Chun didn't plan to stop, the old man's smile grew wider. But soon, the smile on his face froze and turned into shock. Because Zi-Chun was still taking out the black order tokens. Many of them floated in front of him, overlapping each other. At a glance, the number of black order tokens had exceeded 10,000. But it wasn't over yet. It could even be said that this was the beginning. The black order tokens were stacked together and arranged neatly, floating in all directions. The old man's face gradually revealed a shocked expression. His eyes slowly widened in shock. After Zi-Chun took out hundreds of thousands of black order tokens, the room was filled. The old man cried out involuntarily, "What did you do to get so many black order tokens? Can I exchange them for contribution points?" Zi-Chun didn't answer and asked instead. "Of course." The old man immediately nodded, looking extremely shocked. He had never seen so many black order tokens before. One had to know that a black order token represented a life. How many Tian clan lives did this mean? Did he go to the Tian clan's base camp? But even in the base camp, it was impossible to gather so many experts, right? "I'll exchange them all for contribution points," Zi-Chun said. "Wait a moment." With so many black order tokens, he obviously couldn't count them all by himself. He took out a jade pendant and wiped the sweat from his forehead without leaving a trace. "Young man, what did you do?" The old man looked at Zi-Chun, looking shocked and curious. "Nothing." Zi-Chun smiled. "Young man is mysterious." The surrounding space trembled, and then the room began to expand, turning into an independent space. The nearly 200,000 tokens were floating in this space at this moment. "Old Jetta, I heard that you have a lot of tokens to count. How many do you have?" At this moment, a voice full of laughter sounded from this space, and then a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. "Take a look for yourself," the old man said faintly with a proud look on his face. The other party saw the Black Order tokens at a glance, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Following that, rays of light appeared one after another. Almost everyone said the same thing when they appeared. But when they saw the tokens, their faces were also full of shock. A total of more than a dozen people came, but there were more than 100,000 tokens here, and each person had to count more than 10,000 tokens. Seeing the scene, Zichen said, "You have too few people. I'm in a hurry." They looked at Zichen, who was only at level 8, and were speechless and shocked. Through the perception of aura, these were all tokens of the Tian clan. The old man called for more people again. This time he called for more than 50 people. Seeing that Zichen was about to say something, the old man said, "These are all the people here. There's no one else." Zichen nodded and said, "Okay then." Then he sat there, and the others counted the tokens. After checking the level, they put the tokens of each level aside. When they were counting, everyone's faces were filled with shock, because these tokens were of different levels, and not only were there low-level tokens, there were also many high-level tokens. But what they couldn't understand was that Zichen was only at level 8, so why did he have so many level 9 tokens? Could it be that he could kill a level 9? A level 5 token could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, level 6 for 10,000, level 7 for 100,000, level 8 for 1 million, and level 9 for 10 million. This time, Zichen's contribution points were definitely a considerable number. Moreover, when the token was upgraded to level 5, he could buy resources here with a 50% discount. Last time, he exchanged for a lot of level 5 law crystals, so the contribution points he obtained now could be exchanged for more law crystals. And of course, the level could also be raised. By the same logic, level 6 law crystals required more contribution points, and level 9 was a terrifying number. At this time, in this trading ground, there were other divine generals who came to exchange for contribution points, but they were surprised to find that there were restrictions outside all the rooms. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Could it be that there were people inside? Zichen suddenly thought of something and said, "Old man, I wonder if this thing has an additional bonus." Zichen took out another Tian clan black token. Hearing this, the old man looked back at the black token and said, "Is there anything special about that black token?" The others also turned their heads, looking very curious. "I can't see its uniqueness, but I think you guys should be able to see it." "Oh, the two of them are together. Is there an additional bonus?" Zichen took out another set of armor and placed it beside the black token. When everyone saw this set of armor and the black token, their expressions instantly changed. Chapter 2862. Looking at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Zichen asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly so polite?" The old man said respectfully, "You're a divine general, so you're naturally our lord." Zichen asked in surprise, "How do you know I'm a divine general?" "Since you can take out a divine general's armor, you're naturally a divine general." The armor of a divine general was always carried with him, so he naturally wouldn't give it away for no reason. Moreover, there was the battlefield black token. The old man was shocked. Recently, the news of Divine General Hakri's death had spread. Because Divine General Hakri was on this battlefield, many forces were paying attention to this battlefield. At the same time, they were also trying to find out who killed Hakri. During this period, another piece of news came. It was said that other than Divine General Hakri, another Divine General was also killed. Now that Zichen had taken out a Divine General's armor, it naturally revealed his identity. At the same time, they also understood why Zichen had so many tokens. According to the news they received, Divine General Hakri was killed by a level 8. Now, Chen was also a level 8. Seeing their respectful and shocked expressions, Chen said, "You all know." The old man nodded and said, "Everyone has been looking for it recently. I didn't expect it to be Lord." Chen said, "What Lord? Tell me first. Are there any extra contribution points?" The old man said, "Yes. It's equivalent to 100 level 9 black tokens. A level 9 black token could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points, so 10 million was 100 times that would be 1 billion. This number made Chen very satisfied. The old man asked, "Do we have to exchange the armor for contribution points?" "Of course," Chen said. He had no use for the divine general armor, so it was best to exchange it. Everyone was very excited when they heard this. The divine race had a total of 108 divine generals, and such experts were usually very difficult to kill. It was also an honor for them to be able to exchange their armor here. Everyone sped up and counted the tokens. During this period, the contribution points given to Chen was definitely a huge number. Compared to the last time, it had increased by thousands of times. Of course, the items that Chen wanted to exchange for were also of high quality. Even with a 50% discount, it was still not a small number. With these contribution points in hand, Chen began to sweep the goods. What he needed to do was to immediately spend these contribution points and leave this place. What followed next was a shocking scene. Chen wanted all the cultivation resources of every level. He didn't want weapons, pills, cultivation methods, or battle skills. He only wanted cultivation resources. This scene attracted the attention of far too many divine generals. In this period of time, the old man who had been exchanging contribution points for Chen had been by his side the entire time, explaining some sort of resource to him. Level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8, and level 9 law crystals were what Chen mainly exchanged for. The rest were some resources that could help him break through bottlenecks, as well as crystal stones that he would need for his daily cultivation. The old man followed Chen and looked at the things he had exchanged for. He was very puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, those things were useless to the current Chen. "Are there any resources here that can help me become a divine king?" Chen asked. The old man shook his head and said no. "All the resources that can help you become a divine king are in the 36 royal cities." Chen knew about the 36 royal cities. They were the cities of the 36 divine kings. At this moment, everyone was looking at Chen. They watched as he, a level 8 divine king, held a level 5 black order, and used up an almost inexhaustible amount of contribution points. Finally, after all the resources here had been swept clean, Chen's contribution points were finally used up. He put the resources into his world and prepared to leave. "Over here!" The old man who had been following Chen suddenly shouted. A group of people quickly walked over from afar. Chen looked back at the group of people. He felt that they had come for him. "Greetings, sir." After these people arrived, they immediately bowed respectfully to Chen. Chen waved his hand. "Sir, can you take out your token for me to take a look?" The level 9 divine general at the front asked with a nervous expression. Chen frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. "We need to report this and get the approval of the rules," the level 9 divine general explained. Chen took out his level 5 black order and handed it to him. After the divine general received the black order respectfully, a ball of light appeared in his hand. The ball of light emitted a purple gold color and fused with the level 5 black order. Within the level 5 black order, rays of purple gold light appeared. In the next moment, the light exploded and turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. At this moment, everyone in the camp saw the purple gold light that shot into the sky. They were all shocked. "It's really like this." At the sight of the purple gold light, the divine generals who had just arrived were all excited. In the core divine city, The divine general steel emitted light again and trembled. At the 107th position, which had been empty for more than a month, a new name suddenly appeared. Zi Qin. The experts who'd sensed the commotion and arrived were all puzzled when they saw this name. It seemed like an unfamiliar name. Who would have thought that he'd become a divine general? What a lucky guy! That was what they thought. But in the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. This was because a new message had appeared behind Zi Chen's name. Level 8. What? He's only level 8? He can enter the divine general steel at level 8? Is there a mistake? Was he the one who killed divine general Hakri? Why is he only level 8? Cries of surprise rose and fell. Entering the divine general steel at level 8 was simply too inconceivable. It's not like there's never been a divine general steel at level 8 in history. It's just that it hasn't happened in many years. Some of the old men from the Shin clan were very emotional when they saw this scene. Usually, when those people break through to level 9, they will be able to compete for the top 10 spots. The crowd was in an uproar. They were all shocked. Soon, their expressions changed again, because the 107th Zi Chen's name was glowing brightly as it moved upward. His name reached the 106th place, but it only paused for a moment before reaching the 105th place and continuing upward. He reached the 103rd place, pushing down the 103rd place Divine General. Level 8. 103rd place? How was this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked. It was inconceivable, but the laws of the divine realm were never wrong. Since Zi Chen could reach the 103rd place, it meant that he had the strength to do so. For a moment, Zi Chen's name spread throughout the divine city. More divine generals knew about him. In the transaction area, the divine general returned the medallion to Zi Chen with both hands after the purple gold light disappeared. The surrounding people looked at this scene in astonishment, not understanding what was going on. "My lord, this is your armor." A moment later, the divine general's hand flashed with light, and a set of dazzling armor appeared. The moment they saw the armor, cries of surprise came from all around. Everyone looked in front of them in shock. Zi Chen took the armor and poured his soul into it. The armor turned into light and automatically appeared on his body. It was a general armor, a divine general's general armor. At this moment, the general armor showed that he was ranked 107th. Level 8 had become a divine general? The surrounding people were shocked. Then they thought of the recent rumors and were even more shocked. "My lord, what kind of weapon do you need?" "I brought 3 this time, a saber, a sword, and a spear. If you have any additional needs, we can specially make one for you." The divine general said, "Each set of armor corresponds to a weapon, and the divine patterns in them are different." Zi Chen said, "Then give me the spear." He didn't lack weapons, but since he had to choose one, it was naturally a spear. Okay, the level 9 divine general immediately took out a spear. The spear's body flowed with light and emitted a cold aura. The moment he held the spear, Zi Chen felt the connection between the spear and the armor. The two were one and could increase his strength. He was very satisfied with this. Right at that moment, a strong light was suddenly emitted from the ranking general armor. Following that, the number 107 began to jump. It went from 107 to 106. When the surrounding people saw this, they were even more shocked. This meant that the ranking had risen. The divine generals who came to deliver the armor were also shocked. It was already amazing for a level 8 to be able to enter the rankings. They didn't expect that Zi Chen's ranking was still rising. It finally reached 103. "Congratulations, my lord," the old man beside Zi Chen said respectfully. The armor on Zi Chen's body kept releasing light and an oppressive aura. He sensed that some of the sealed patterns on the armor were unlocking as his ranking rose. It seemed that the level of the armor would change according to the ranking. "Greetings, my lord." The surrounding people bowed to Zi Chen, their eyes full of shock. Zi Chen nodded to the others and then walked out. It was time for him to leave. At this moment, a general wearing general armor walked in and bowed to Zi Chen. "Bowie greets my lord." Zi Chen had heard of Bowie before. It was said that he had once been a divine general and this city had been his. It was just that his cultivation had dropped due to serious injuries, so he wasn't a divine general. The general armor was still there, but there was no ranking on it. At this moment, Divine General Bowie was filled with shock. He knew everything about Zi Chen. When he had first arrived, he had only been a level 1 divine general and had trouble even protecting himself. But after a short while, he had already become a divine general. "Does my lord have any orders for me?" Divine General Bowie asked politely. "No orders. I'm here to gain experience and plan to leave this place." He nodded to Divine General Bowie and then walked forward. Chapter 2863. In a campsite in the general level battlefield, a divine general sat cross-legged. The general armor he wore was very eye-catching, and the hall was shrouded in a strong pressure. The hall was empty, and he was the only one in it. The armor suddenly burst into light, and the general armor began to tremble. The light that burst out gradually dimmed. After the change returned to normal, the divine general opened his eyes, and there was a fierce glint in his eyes. "Zi Chen, a mere level 8, how dare you step on my shoulder to rise to the top?" His general armor was originally ranked 106, but now it was 107. When the general armor changed, a message was transmitted to the divine general's mind through the armor. It was about the reason for the change. The explanation was very simple. Zi Chen, level 8, had advanced. But this short explanation was enough for the divine general to understand the meaning behind it. "You're only at level 8. I'd like to see what you're relying on to push me down." A cold glint flashed in the divine general's eyes. "Men." "Sir." A man walked in from outside the hall. "Go investigate a man named Zi Chen. He just advanced to the rank of divine general." The divine general said coldly, "Yes, sir." The realm of the gods did not only have one general level battlefield. Even the Black Order battlefield had multiple battlefields. Among them, there would be a ranked divine general overseeing each battlefield. However, this divine general was not in the same battlefield as Zi Chen. The same scene was playing out in several other places. Those were the divine generals who had been pushed down by Zi Chen. If they were pushed down by a level 9, or even by a level 8, they would accept it. After all, they had only dropped by 1 rank, and they were not disqualified. But if they were pushed down by a mere level 8, they would naturally feel ashamed. Moreover, the rules of the divine realm were not infallible. There were precedents. Under such circumstances, they would need to use their own strength to protect their reputation. Moreover, there was only a difference of 1 rank, so the difference in combat strength was not too great. Zi Chen did not know what effect his advancement had on the battlefield, or what effect it had on the divine realm. After obtaining so many resources, he was very satisfied. It was time to leave. He didn't know if there would be any follow-up issues regarding his massacre outside the city of exchange that day. But even if there was, he wouldn't be afraid. There were no rules in the god realm to begin with, and this was even more true on the battlefield. Zi Chen put on his general armor and arrived at the teleportation array. Along the way, all the god realm cultivators stared at him in shock. Under Zi Chen's gaze, those divine generals all bowed towards him humbly and respectfully. This was how divine generals were ranked. As long as they wore the general armor, all divine generals would have to maintain the most basic level of respect. Stepping into the teleportation array, Zi Chen left the battlefield. The soldiers guarding the teleportation array bowed respectfully when they saw a divine general in armor. "Don't be so courteous, everyone," Zi said indifferently as he walked forward. A divine general quietly raised his head and glanced at Zi. Then his expression changed and was filled with shock. This was because he recognized Zi. He was the one who had easily killed the other Black Order divine generals outside. At that time, he was only a level 5 general. He didn't expect him to become a ranked divine general. This was too unbelievable. They were all very clear about his achievements. Because of some benefits, he entered the Black Order battlefield when he was only a level 1 general. This was unprecedented. Wearing the general armor, Zi would become the center of attention wherever he went. This couldn't be helped. He had just obtained the general armor and had only fused it with his soul. He hadn't completely refined it, so he couldn't use it freely. Even the God Realm didn't encourage people to put away their armor. This was because there were only 108 ranked divine generals. To all the divine generals, this was an extremely high honor. To the other divine generals, this was also a kind of motivation. Ranked divine generals also had a great privilege, which was that they didn't have to pay the teleportation fee. Along the way, Zi finally arrived at Toby City after being teleported again and again under the reverent and fanatical gazes. This place was more lively than before. Zi's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. The general armor was too dazzling. When the guards at the teleportation array recognized Zi, they were very excited. In order to not cause a commotion, Zi immediately flew toward the city, Lord's mansion. Flying in a city where no one could fly, Zi's appearance was even more eye-catching. Before the guards of the Castellan Manor could react, Zi had already rushed into the Castellan Manor. Toby appeared. When he saw Zi's outfit, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Ranked divine general," he said. Zi glanced at him and said, "How could it be fake? How many years has it been? You're already a ranked divine general?" Toby was very shocked. "They haven't come back yet, right?" Zi asked. He didn't want to continue this topic. "Not yet," Toby said. At this time, Toby City was in an uproar because they saw a ranked divine general. In the boundless God Realm, there were only 108 ranked divine generals. It was rare to see one. Where did this ranked divine general come from? What is he doing here? When Jolene heard the news, she was very surprised and worried. "It's the Lord. He's back. He's a ranked divine general," a female emissary said, her expression full of excitement. "Are you sure?" Jolene looked at her. "I saw it with my own eyes. The Lord is wearing the ranked general armor. He's so handsome." Jolene said, "Okay, stop being love-struck. I'll go take a look." Jolene walked toward the city, Lord's mansion. If this news was true, it would be icing on the cake for Toby City. In Toby City, Jolene's existence was second only to Toby. In some people's hearts, Jolene's status was even higher than Toby's. This was because City Lord Toby didn't care about the city's affairs, while Jolene was in charge of all the affairs in the city. Sometimes, even the City Lord's words might not be effective. Here, she had the absolute right to speak. She went straight into the City Lord's mansion and saw Zi. That general armor was indeed very dazzling and very handsome. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she walked toward Zi. "Congratulations on becoming a ranked divine general, my lord." She sat down next to Zi without any trace of politeness and said with a smile, "But my lord's general armor, don't tell me it came from an improper source." "There's also a general armor with a shady background," Zi asked. "But my lord clearly hasn't reached the 9th level yet," Jolene said with a smile on her face. "Who says that a rank 8 can't be a ranked divine general? There's no rule? Then that's great." Jolene stood up and tilted her head to look behind Zi. At this moment, she was very close to Zi, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Those almost surging twin peaks were only inches away from Zi Chen's shoulder, as if they could unexpectedly meet at any time. Zi Chen looked down and didn't say a word. 103. Not bad, my lord. Keep it up. She laughed softly and turned to leave. Zi Chen secretly sighed in relief. Toby, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. In less than 15 minutes, news of Zi Chen's return spread. At the same time, news of his 8th level cultivation and his ranking spread. A city under the control of a divine general would naturally be more popular. The city was too lively, so Zi Chen didn't go out. He began to refine the armor. Once he completely refined it, he'd be able to use it freely. That way, he'd be able to use it in battle and wouldn't be so ostentatious. 3 days later, Yi Qian appeared in front of Zi Chen. She was very happy to hear that Zi Chen had returned. But after 3 days, Zi Chen still hadn't come to find her. This made her a little unhappy, so she could only come alone. When she saw Zi Chen helplessly refining the general armor, she laughed out loud, and the trace of displeasure in her heart immediately disappeared. This is something that many people wish for, but you're actually hiding it, afraid to see it, Yi Qian teased. I don't want to be treated like a monkey, Zi Chen said. Wherever I go, people will see me. Yi Qian sat next to Zi Chen and asked, What do you plan to do next? First, call the monk and the others back, Zi Chen said. The training is about to end. We need some experts to oversee this place. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. So you're saying that you've gained quite a bit this time. Zi Chen said, Nurturing all of them to 9th level won't be a problem. 9th level was the limit of divine generals. Any higher and they become divine kings. However, this would be very difficult, so Zi Chen wouldn't consider it for the time being. However, nurturing a few 9th level experts wouldn't be a problem. Seems like you've gained quite a lot. Yi Qian nodded. As long as Zi Chen returned safely, she would be happy to see him even if he didn't gain anything. How's the city? Did anything unexpected happen? Zi Chen asked. Everything's fine. The city was still bustling. Zi Chen didn't go out again. Yi Qian stayed with him. 1 month later, Zi Chen completely refined the armor. Then his mind flickered and the armor automatically put away. Let's go. He pulled Yi Qian and walked out of the city lord mansion. Then, the two of them flew toward Yi Qian's city lord mansion. The area here was even larger. Jono was still expanding, and more creatures from the other space-time appeared in the forest. At this moment, the city was completely guarded by ancient trees and creatures from the other space-time. This time, Zi Chen's return didn't count as a departure. Next, he would focus on developing and expanding his force, making the life star truly rise in this place. Yi Qian had already sent a message to the battlefield. After Tyrant and the others received the news, they would return soon. This time, Zi Chen brought back a lot of resources. Most of these resources would be given to the craftsman ancestor so that he could forge weapons suitable for the cultivators on the life star. It would take some time for Tyrant and the others to return. After Zi Chen returned to the core city, he stepped on the teleportation array and headed toward the life star. Chapter 2864. Zi Chen entered the teleportation formation and returned to the Sky Martial Continent. There were other people guarding this place. When they saw Zi Chen appear, they were all extremely shocked. There were also some people who were preparing to enter the God Realm. When they saw Zi Chen, they were extremely excited. Zi Chen nodded towards them, then soared into the sky. In the void, he released his soul aura, allowing the world to sense his realm. At the same time, he summoned the Lightning Divine Palace. Lightning began to flicker in the void, and a vast pressure appeared. The Lightning Divine Palace appeared. From the God Realm to the endless world down to the life stars, the Lightning Divine Palace was the most mysterious thing. However, in front of Zi Chen, the Lightning Divine Palace could come and go as he wished. What's the matter now? A cold voice came from the lightning divine palace. Is there anyone else? Give me some more. Zichen said, No more. That cold voice replied straightforwardly, Then give me my universe origin cauldron. Zichen said, I don't know what you're talking about. That cold voice said. Zichen's expression changed. Why? Do you still want to possess it? We have never seen your cauldron. Stop pretending. My universe origin cauldron is definitely here. After the great battle back then, it was lost inside. Zichen said with certainty. He directly asked for it, not giving the other party any chance to quibble. That cold voice's attitude was also very firm, saying that it did not have it. Looking at the lightning divine palace that disappeared in the void, Zichen revealed a smile. In his hand, the universe origin cauldron had shrunk to the size of a palm, releasing an ancient aura. It was impossible for the other party to refuse to give it to him. No one could refuse to give it to him, not even the monk. After bringing the universe origin cauldron back to the sky martial continent, Zichen did not stop. He once again stepped into the teleportation formation and returned to the core city. Next, he was going to plan this place. Before that, he had to release those misty shadows. However, he had to meet the Misty Shadow King first. After returning to the world, Zichen flashed into a thick fog. The surrounding poisonous fog rolled and dispersed, and the Misty Shadow King walked out of it. He cupped his fists and saluted Zichen. I've already left the battlefield. What do you plan to do next? Zichen asked directly. We pledge our lives to follow you, my lord, Mist Shadow King said. After knowing how strong Zichen was, he had no other thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to follow Zichen. It had always been their wish to leave the battlefield. Zichen said, Well, I've found a place for you. I don't know if you're satisfied with it. Come with me and take a look. Zichen opened the world, and the Misty Shadow King appeared with him. The two of them flew out of the city and stood on an ancient tree. Zichen said, Behind me is my city, and this place is the outer defense. If you think it's okay, you can live outside the city in this ancient forest. Of course, these ancient trees are alive and can attack on their own. Miss Shadow King said, This place is not bad, but we need to fight. Zichen smiled when he heard this reply. In the realm of the gods, there was nothing else but a lot of enemies. Those creatures from another space-time couldn't be killed even if they wanted to. At this moment, there were too many creatures from another space-time gathered outside this ancient forest. Come with me. Zichen flew out of the ancient forest and arrived at the edge. There were many creatures from another space-time gathered there. Zichen said, Are these enemies okay? Miss Shadow King said, Although they are very weak, they have a lot of numbers, so it's okay. Now that there was an enemy and they had confirmed the direction, Zichen released the mist. During this time, Zichen greeted Jono and the mother nest. After these fog shadows appeared, they scattered. How they killed the enemies was not within the scope of Zichen's consideration. There were too many creatures from another space-time here, and it was impossible to kill them all. After Zichen returned to the city, he discussed with Yi Qian how they should develop this place. Right now, what he needed the most was a treasure pavilion to store all the resources he had brought with him. Moreover, it had to be a spatial treasure pavilion because he had too many resources. The craftsman ancestor didn't leave to train last time, so he quickly returned. After meeting the craftsman ancestor, Zichen told him his current thoughts. The craftsman ancestor didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. If we want to stand firm here, we need our own things. You don't need to worry about refining. I will train some new people. The craftsman ancestor returned to the Tianmu continent. Next, he would do his old profession and bring out a group of grandmaster refiners. Although this would take a long time, the Life Star had just developed and there weren't too many experts who needed weapons. Time was enough. LV Peng's transportation array was finally completed. It was a transportation array directly from Tobi City to Yiqian City. This was an internal transportation array, and it wasn't announced to the public. Yiqian notified Tobi to buy a 9-story spatial palace at the trading ground and send it here. A few days later, Ziqin went to the second city. This was the trial city. When he had left, its development was still very ordinary. After several decades, the ancient trees outside the city had already grown into a forest. Ziqin had left behind some mist shadows here. One reason was to fight, and the other was to protect this place. Many cultivators from Life Stars had come here to train. Their progress was very fast, and many progenitors had already appeared. They were equivalent to divine envoys of the god race. The starry sky was vast, and life stars weren't small. So every once in a while, a batch of cultivators would reach a certain level and be sent here to train. Now, the resources they needed to grow were provided free of charge. Ziqin had to provide for so many people to cultivate by himself. It was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, he had a trading ground, so it was much easier. 2 months later, Tyrant and the others returned. After returning, Tyrant expressed his dissatisfaction to Ziqin. He had said that he would set up a camp on the battlefield. Obviously, he was called back before the camp was opened. Except for Tyrant, the others were very happy. Ziqin took out the mother thorn and threw it at Zhang Haoyan. "You're lucky to find this." Zhang Haoyan caught the mother thorn, and a touch of excitement appeared in his indifferent eyes. That's it. With the mother and son thorns, his fighting strength would naturally increase a lot. Tyrant glanced at Zhang Haoyan and said, "So what? You still can't beat me." Zhang Haoyan put away the mother thorn and said disdainfully, "If it weren't for that turtle shell, I would only need one move to kill you." Tyrant was furious, feeling humiliated. Ziqin didn't pay attention to Tyrant. This guy was always restless wherever he went. Several of them had reached the 7th level of general, and their fighting strength wasn't weak. "Okay, now go into seclusion. Don't come out until you reach the 8th level." Ziqin took out the resources he had obtained this time and distributed them, and then urged them to go into seclusion immediately. After getting the resources, Tyrant looked very happy. He immediately said, "When I reach the 8th level, I'll go back and set up a camp easily." They returned to the city lord's mansion and began their seclusion, while Ziqin was thinking about the next step of the plan. The teleportation formation lit up, and Lena walked out of it. After coming out, she looked up at the ancient guardian tree in the city and saw the crystal fruits on it. She had sold this thing at the trading place, so she naturally knew how precious it was. "Sir, I've brought the things." Lena did knock on the door. She directly entered Ziqin's room and said politely. She took out a thick catalog, which recorded some records about the medicinal materials of the god realm and some prescriptions for elixirs. Ziqin ignored her somewhat revealing clothes and took a cursory glance at these things. He nodded and said, "Next, we'll have to pay more attention to some medicinal materials. Later, we may have to buy them on a large scale." Lena said, "There's no need to pay special attention. Our trading city is connected to other places. As long as there's something in other trading city, we can easily get it." This was the advantage of having a trading city. It could provide great convenience for the development of one's power, and all of this came from Luo Wei. "Is it good for divine General Luo Wei to come in?" Ziqin asked. Lena said, "Of course it's not good. The more lively our city is, the higher the income, the worse it will be for him." Back then, Luo Wei sold the trading city to him at the cost price, which affected the interests of many people. Although these people abandoned him first, the loss of the trading city still made them uncomfortable. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Wei to advance in the government. Ziqin thought for a moment and said, "If he doesn't want to stay there, you can invite him to Tobi City to help. It's not like we're short of one person. After he comes, you will be in charge of him. Jolene said, although he's not well liked, it's not bad for him. Although he has little authority, there are still many people who want to curry favor with him. If we need something difficult, he can still provide us with some convenience. Ziqin said that's good too. Lena did not linger and left. Following that, Ziqin handed the catalog to the cauldron spirit so that it could understand the characteristics of the medicinal herbs in the divine realm. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. At present, the most important thing for a life star was time. Everything in the divine realm was accumulated over a long period of time. Now that the life star had just started, it obviously needed a long period of accumulation. As Ziqin's cultivation increased, the edicts of the life star also became more active. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere became denser. Saints, sage rulers, great saints, and other existences also sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Due to the changes in the edicts of heaven and earth, making breakthroughs became easier. However, it still required time. At this moment, in the general battlefield where Ziqin once trained, a silhouette was flying towards the campsite at lightning speed. When he arrived at the campsite, he shouted angrily, "Ziqin, get the hell out here!" His voice exploded in the campsite like thunder. Upon hearing that voice, many divine generals walked out of the campsite. Then, they saw a divine general wearing a general's armor. "Get the hell out here!" The divine general shouted angrily again. Chapter 2865. Ziqin, get the hell out here. His cold voice reverberated throughout the camp, filled with chilling intent. Many people did not know who Ziqin was, but when they saw the divine general with ill intentions outside the camp, they could more or less guess the purpose of this divine general's visit. After all, there were still rumors about the level 8 divine general, and it was said that his ranking wasn't low. "My lord!" A person walked out of the city. It was divine General Bao Wei in his armor. "Bao Wei, where's Ziqin? Is he too scared to come out?" Han Jin looked at Bao Wei and said coldly, "Tell him to get the hell out here." "My lord Ziqin is not here," said Bao Wei. "My lord Ziqin? Haha, you used to be a divine general, but now you're calling a level 8 divine general. Don't you feel ashamed?" Han Jin said sarcastically, "My lord Ziqin is a divine general, so he's naturally our lord." "My lord Han Jin is also a lord," said Bao Wei. "Bao Wei, it seems that you're really useless, haha." Han Jin laughed proudly and said, "Tell Ziqin to get the hell out here. I want to ask him for advice. If I kill him, you might have a chance to be promoted." Divine General Bao Wei said, "You've come too late. Milord left several months ago." "Bao Wei, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Han Jin's eyes flashed coldly. "If my lord Ziqin is really here, he would have come out already." Bao Wei said, "He left, but I don't know where he went." "My lord Ziqin is here to train, not to guard this place." "Humph." Han Jin snorted and flew directly into the city. Since Ziqin wasn't here, he obviously wouldn't stay here. Han Jin entered the city. Just as he was about to leave the teleportation formation, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "My lord, Ziqin is in Tobi City. There's a trading center there." Han Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since there was someone who knew about Ziqin's movements, he believed that Bao Wei would definitely know. That damned fellow actually didn't say anything. However, he didn't pursue the matter. With Bao Wei's current strength, it was impossible for him to become a ranked divine general again. It would be beneath him if he got entangled with an outdated, ranked divine general. After leaving the transportation portal and returning to the 10th domain, he went to the official exchange. All the divine generals represented the government. As long as he had the black token and showed his identity, he would naturally be able to obtain the information he needed. He didn't even need to take out the Black Order. The general armor was the best proof. If it was Toby City, not many people knew about it, but if it was the exchange, it was marked on the official website. It's actually so far away. After learning the location of Toby City, Han Jin frowned and headed there. After finding out everything about Zichen, he rushed over there. He was determined to kill that level 8 expert. After several teleportations, he finally arrived at Toby City. The general armor shone with a dazzling light and released a powerful aura. He scanned the bustling city and shouted, "Zichen, get out here!" His voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the city. In an instant, the bustling city quieted down. Han Jin's figure rose into the air, attracting everyone's attention. The general armor on his body was extremely eye-catching, causing a commotion. "Zichen, get out here and accept your death. Who are you?" A cold voice sounded as City Lord Toby walked out. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Han Jin stared at Toby, his eyes flashing coldly. "Then, who do you think you are? How dare you cause a ruckus in a trading center?" A cold voice sounded as Lina walked out from the crowd. "You're courting death." Han Jin's aura surged as he charged towards Toby and Lina with a powerful pressure. This is a trading center. Even if you are a divine general, you have to follow the rules. Lina's face was pale, but she still did not back down. Her attitude was very tough. The people in the distance were shocked, but at the same time they admired Lina. It was rare for a woman to dare to talk back to a divine general. It was amazing for a woman to do this. "Do you believe that I will tear this place apart?" Han Jin said coldly. He had just returned from the battlefield and had never seen anyone who dared to disrespect him. Lina said, "Of course I don't believe you. This is not only a trading center, but also a trading center under the jurisdiction of the goddess. I don't believe you have the guts." In the divine world, there was only one kind of person who could be called a goddess, and that was the daughter of a god. After Han Jin found out where Zichen lived, he immediately rushed over. He did not know anything else, because he did not need to know. His purpose was to kill. After killing, he would leave. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. But now he was in a difficult situation. Destroying a city of trade required a great price. Although Han Jin could bear such a price with his strength, it was clearly unwise to offend a divine daughter. Even though he didn't have much of a relationship with this divine daughter from such a remote place. "My lord, Zichen is not here." Just as Han Jin was silent, a voice transmission rang out in his mind. That voice accurately told him where Zichen was. "My lord, that place cannot be reached by teleportation. We can only fly there." Han Jin snorted coldly and said, "After I kill Zichen, I will come back and kill the two of you who don't know the difference between life and death." After saying that, he released his divine general aura and flew out of the city. After Han Jin left, the quiet surroundings burst into an uproar. "Is there a battle between divine generals?" "Let's go and take a look." A battle between divine generals is rare. If we don't go, we will miss it. The city was in an uproar. Following that, many people left the city and followed the divine generals. Obviously, they did not want to miss a battle of this level. "Go and inform my lord." Lina looked at Toby and said. Toby nodded. They had a teleportation array here, so it would be very fast. At the same time, another person stepped onto the teleportation array and left. This person was the one who had sent Han Jin a message. Benson, Lu City. The trading center still existed. Although it was not as popular as Toby City, there were still people coming here every day to exchange for resources. In terms of some small resources, the two trading centers were about the same. Benson Lu was still in the city lord's mansion, but he was in a very bad mood. Zichen had returned, and this time he had become a divine general. This made him very angry. Most importantly, Zichen was only at level 8, but but he had become a divine general. What would happen if he broke through and reached level 9? My lord! My lord! A voice came from outside the mansion. Come in, Benson Liu said indifferently. My lord, there's a battle to watch, the divine general said after entering. What's there to watch? Benson Liu said angrily. My lord, this is a battle between divine generals. A divine general ranked 107th came. He went to Toby City to cause trouble for Zichen, but I led him to Goddess City, the divine general said. Oh. Benson Liu's eyes lit up. This time, a divine general went. Zichen is dead for sure. I think we can't miss this chance. Of course we can't miss it. Hurry and inform Sina and the others to come. Not long after, Sina and the other two arrived. Among them, there was no wavering Wei. After learning that Zichen had become a divine general, Wavering Wei ignored their advice and left. He went to the battlefield. Let's go and see how Zichen dies. The 4 sons of gods led the divine generals and left the city, heading for Yiqian City. After seeing Zichen, Toby told him about the arrival of the divine general. What's his rank? Zichen asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. 107th, Toby said. The current 107th was the previous 106th. Clearly, Zichen had pushed him down a rank. What should we do? Toby asked worriedly. Although Zichen's rank was higher, he was still only at the 8th level. Zichen smiled faintly. Let him come. I can also see how strong they are. Zichen looked outside the city, where the fog was rising. The poison fog forest was once said to be untraversable, and this included the divine generals. Now that they had been brought out by Zichen, it was time to test their true strength. Yiqian City was far enough away from Toby City that even a divine general would need a long time to get there. As for the spectators, if they wanted to reach there, they needed to be strong enough. Because Zichen City was within the range of the 9th level, if they were not at the 9th level, they would not be qualified to watch. Even a 9th level divine emissary would need to travel in a group. Ben Sanlu and the others sped up, worried that they would miss this battle. Actually, their worries were unnecessary because Han Jin, who had reached the forest, did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the forest and waited. He knew that there were people behind him, so he wanted to wait. What was the point of directly going to kill Zichen? He came for his reputation, so he naturally wanted many people to witness it. Moreover, he found that this forest was somewhat unusual. The leaves were lush, and they seemed to merge into one. It seemed that it was impossible to enter from the sky, so he could only enter from the ground. After a long wait, the spectators finally reached the range of Han Jin's divine sense. Zichen, get out here. The loud voice spread out, and everyone within a few hundred miles could hear it clearly. Naturally, there was no response. The spectators sped up again, afraid that they would miss the details of the battle. When they got closer, they were dumbfounded, because they did not see a city, only a forest, and the divine general was standing outside the forest. The next moment, the divine general pulled out his saber and slashed forward. Buzz! The entire forest began to glow, like a law barrier that extended into the distance. The saber did not cut through the barrier. The spectators were in an uproar. They did not expect the forest to have such a defense. Good. Since you don't dare to come out, this divine general will go in and kill you. Chapter 2866. Jin entered the forest, which was something no one wanted to see, because what they wanted to see was a battle. But if a battle happened, it would be blocked by the forest. What the hell is this forest? Ben Senlu frowned as he looked ahead. He had heard that there was a forest outside Yiqian City that had been expanding, but he didn't expect this forest to be so special. Not only could it form a defense, but even a divine general couldn't break through it. Thus, they could only enter through the forest. But no one knew if there were any dangers in the forest. The golden-armored divine general walked in without encountering any danger. The other spectators were unwilling to accept this. How could they miss such a battle? Thus they followed him in. They also didn't encounter any danger, and they could even faintly see the figure of a divine general. "I feel like something is wrong," Xavier suddenly said as they walked forward. "What's wrong?" Ben Senlu asked. "These trees seem to be very unusual. Will they suddenly attack us?" Xavier said, "How is that possible?" Sina said, "How can the trees attack?" "If they won't attack, then why did Goddess Ichien create this thing and place it outside her city?" Xavier asked. Sina said indifferently, "Whether they will attack or not, we'll know once we try." Sina stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip. The ray of light was resplendent and extremely sharp. It shot forward like a sharp blade, about to split the ancient trees in front of them. Whoa! The ancient trees trembled and their branches drooped down, forming a defense and blocking the attack. The few of them were startled. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The ancient trees in the forest all moved, and their branches moved like snakes. Cries of alarm sounded in the surroundings. Hearing the voice behind him, Divine General Goldenman's expression changed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, fog appeared in front of him. The fog gradually became thicker. When the fog entered his nose, he felt something strange in his body. He knew that the fog was poisonous. His body shone with light as he erected a defense, blocking the poisonous fog. Then he spread out his divine sense. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the fog. The white fog around him became thicker and thicker. Chi! Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared behind him with a cold light. Han Jin immediately turned around and slashed out with his saber, causing a saber light to flash. A misty figure was cut in half and dissipated into mist. Chi! Chi! Just as the fog dissipated, another fog appeared behind Han Jin and launched an attack. At this moment, Han Jin could only see the fog around him, but he could not see anything else. Occasionally, humanoid creatures would attack him, but his attacks were unable to kill them. If he could see everything around him, he would find that there were many misty shadows gathered around him. These misty shadows were all at level 9. The fog was still rolling and spreading into the distance. Their target was those outsiders. The misty shadow thirsted for battle. He wanted to obtain those corpses and use the spirit shadow fruit to increase his strength. Their speed was very fast, and the fog was constantly spreading. They were fighting for time with the ancient tree. Because the ancient tree also needed those corpses, although both sides were allies, they were secretly competing against each other. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ben Senlu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, there were miserable screams coming from all directions. The ancient trees had come alive in an instant, and their attacks were extremely terrifying. "Young master, be careful!" A cry of alarm came from beside him. He saw tree branches wrap around Ben Senlu. Ben Senlu's body shone with divine light as he turned into a ray of light and passed through the tree branches. Ah! A miserable scream came from beside him. A level 5 divine general he brought was swept away by the tree branches and turned into a ball. "Go, let's retreat first," Sina shouted. He held a light saber tightly in his hand and cut down all the tree branches blocking his way. At this moment, the others were no longer in the mood to watch the battle. They were only thinking about how to escape and survive. It's the tree spirit's heart. Kill these trees, and you can obtain the tree spirit's heart. At this moment, a voice filled with joy came from among the miserable screams. Everyone present knew about the tree spirit's heart. When the two trading cities were fighting, Toby City had taken out such an item. Could it be that the tree spirit's heart came from here? Sina thought, His figure flickered and arrived beside an ancient tree. He slashed down with his sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! One tree branch after another fell down, forming a defensive barrier. Sina's sharp sword slashed down and snapped all the branches, leaving behind a shallow wound on the ancient tree. He was only a level 5 divine general. It must be known that on the battlefield, these ancient trees had killed level 6 divine generals, and those had been black tokens. Although Jono's cultivation level was not as high as the ancient tree kings, and these ancient trees were somewhat weaker than the ancient trees on the battlefield, they were still powerful. Among these people, there were some who could kill these ancient trees, but only a very small portion of them. The majority would be killed or flee in terror. Break for me! Behind Sina, Xavier promptly followed up and slashed out with his saber. A stream of saber light swept past the ancient tree that was too late to defend itself. The ancient tree was split apart, revealing a flashing tree spirit's heart. As expected. Upon seeing this tree spirit's heart, they were all very surprised, but they didn't linger and immediately flew away. During this time, a white fog spread out from the forest. Wherever it passed, no matter how powerful an existence was, they were unable to survive. Sina and the others finally escaped. They retreated far away, their eyes filled with obvious fear. All the people they had brought with them had died in the forest. Only they had made it out alive. In other directions, a few divine generals had rushed out as well. In total, there were no more than 20 of them. As for the others, they would remain in the forest forever. Those divine generals who had arrived late and hadn't yet entered felt deeply fortunate. At this moment, they no longer paid attention to the life or death of that ranked divine general. Instead, they all stared at the boundless forest in front of them. Their eyes flashed with light, as if they had seen a treasure trove. Each of these ancient trees contained a tree spirit's heart. This was an extremely valuable resource. I really didn't expect Goddess Ichen to be so generous. Xavier let out a sigh, finding this inconceivable. What generous? It's just a bunch of rotten defensive trees. Exanlin snorted and said disdainfully, now that their secret has been exposed, they can just wait to be harvested. That's right. Benson nodded and said, next, as long as we bring more people and slowly push forward, there will be a day when we can flatten this forest. That idiot Joey was shocked and entered the battlefield. If he knew that there was an opportunity here, he would definitely regret it to death. No one cared whether that ranked divine general could kill Zichin or not. They quickly turned back and mobilized their troops. To them, this forest was the greatest opportunity. It was not inferior to the opportunity of the mother nest. It wouldn't be long before this news would spread, and even more powerhouses would come. Zichen's secret had finally been exposed. Chi, Goldman, slashed with his long blade, slicing through the air. A misty figure was cut in half and turned into mist again. Behind him, a sharp blade light appeared and slashed across the general armor. Sparks flew everywhere. The general armor had an extremely strong defense. The misty figure's attack could not break it at all. But at this moment, Goldman's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was because these things were too strange. They were formless, had physical attacks, and could not be killed. Chi, chi, chi. More misty figures appeared from all directions. They were all at level 9 and attacked Goldman. During this time, Goldman held his blade and spun it. A circular blade arc slashed across the surroundings, dissipating all the misty figures. But just as the blade arc disappeared, more misty figures appeared. They had been prepared for a long time and attacked. All kinds of attacks landed on Goldman's body, erupting with powerful strength. With a boom, a powerful shockwave spread out. The defense of Goldman's armor began to distort. After one wave of attacks, another wave of attacks came. Goldman roared and did his best to kill those misty figures. Shwa! At this moment, a yellow light soared into the sky and headed for Goldman. It was a giant crocodile. It caught him off guard and bit him in one bite. This bite was full of power. The light barrier around Goldman's body trembled even more violently. Die! Goldman roared and slashed down. The blade light swept past the giant crocodile's body and directly cut it in two. This was the power of the general armor and weapon. The giant crocodile's powerful defense could not block this attack. Shwa! 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 Immediately after, more giant crocodiles soared into the sky. With the help of the misty figures, they attacked Goldman. The giant crocodile launched 3 attacks. During this time, 2 more died. With the help of the other misty figures, Goldman's defense was broken. The moment his defense was broken, a ray of light flew over from afar. The surrounding poisonous mist rolled. A sharp blade pierced through the poisonous mist and stabbed into the back of Goldman's head. A scream sounded from the forest and spread out. Zi-Chin, who was standing in the middle of the city, nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard the scream. Amazing! Jono's voice sounded. Although the poisonous mist blocked everything, it still saw the scene through the other ancient trees. Those misty figures were amazing. A person appeared in front. It was the Misty King. He brought Goldman's corpse to the city. Throwing the corpse, he cupped his fists and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "How's the damage?" Zi-Chin asked. "We lost 3 level 9 giant crocodiles," Misty King said. "Compared to killing a divine general, 3 crocodiles were too small a price to pay." However, Zi-Chin still felt a little regretful. Since they followed him, they were all on his side. Misty King was one, and so were those giant crocodiles. He said, "Next time, don't risk your life in a similar situation. Try to consume as much energy as possible and then kill them. It doesn't matter if you delay for a while. Try not to suffer any losses." "Yes." Misty King cupped his fists and said respectfully. He was touched. Someone found the tree spirit's heart. We're about to be exposed. Chapter 2867. Zi-Chin was well aware of what would happen if the tree spirit's heart was exposed. There would be no peace in this place. However, Jono didn't seem to be worried at all. He even seemed to be looking forward to it. Zi-Chin raised his head and looked up. There were already fruits there, but the number was far less than that of the ancient Tree King. Unlike the ancient Tree King, Jono was in the world of the gods. There were plenty of enemies in this world. He could decompose the corpses of his enemies to grow, unlike the ancient Tree King, who relied on the passage of time to grow. Now that the tree spirit's heart was exposed, there would naturally be an endless stream of enemies. This was a great opportunity for him to grow. The Mist Shadow King clearly understood what Jono meant. His expression fluctuated. Relatively speaking, he was more fond of fighting than Jono. If the Mist Shadow wanted to grow quickly, he needed to constantly fight to grow the Shadow Soul fruit. Sensing their emotions, Zi-Chin smiled and said, "Then let's wait. Since the God Realm doesn't want us to develop peacefully, we'll develop in battle." In the core divine city, the ranking of generals, which had changed only a few months ago, was shaken again today. Many people hurried over to see what was going on. Had someone been promoted and left the ranking? The top ranking remained unchanged. What had changed was the lower ranking. Divine General Golden Man, who had dropped 1 place, had completely disappeared from the ranking. There was only one possibility in this situation. Divine General Golden Man was dead. This news would quickly spread throughout the God Realm. 2 divine generals had been killed in such a short time. Some people could already see that the peaceful God Realm was about to fall into turmoil. Toby City was the largest trading center in the vicinity. Many gods gathered here. It was bustling with activity every day. In the past few days, the city had become even livelier. The number of people increased every day. This was because there was news about the tree spirit's heart in the city. The tree spirit's heart was very useful to divine generals. It could increase their control over power and was very expensive. After this news spread, it naturally attracted many divine generals. Many divine envoys were also eager to give it a try. This news was accurate because there were already many merchants who couldn't wait to buy some tree spirits' hearts. They had already offered a very high price in advance. The news quickly spread, causing a huge commotion. All kinds of experts rushed over. Toby City once again attracted a lot of attention, attracting the attention of some people. In the conference room, Divine General Luo Wei was the last to arrive. Ever since the previous incident, his career in the government had reached its peak. It was impossible for him to go any further. However, he was very satisfied with his current life. Although he no longer had an official career, he had gained a lot. Every once in a while, Toby City's trading house would give him a large amount of dividends. He used these dividends to exchange for the cultivation resources he needed. Recently, his realm had improved very quickly, and he had already reached level 5. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Wei walked to the back and sat down lazily. The crowd was not surprised and did not say anything. The old man in the lead smiled and asked, "Luo Wei, do you know that Zichen is back?" He was the biggest steward here and had served the government for many years. However, due to his limited aptitude, he was only at level 6. "I heard," Luo Wei said indifferently, "but Lord Zichen has been very busy recently, so I haven't seen him yet." As members of the government, the speed at which they received the news was naturally much faster than the others. When they heard that Zichen had returned, they were shocked to hear that Zichen had become a divine general. However, they were relatively calm. After all, they were part of the government, and Zichen was only at level 8. Perhaps his ranking was somewhat exaggerated. However, after hearing that Han Jin had died, they could no longer remain calm. This not only proved that Zichen had the battle prowess of a divine general, but also the news about tree spirits' hearts. As such, their minds became active, and this meeting was held. "What's the purpose of this meeting?" Luo Wei asked. "Have you heard about the tree spirits' hearts?" the old man asked. Luo Wei nodded. "It's said that the tree spirits' hearts are with Zichen. Many people have already gathered in Toby City. The reason I called you here is to ask Zichen if he's willing to sell the tree spirit's hearts to us first. Of course, the price is negotiable." The tree spirit heart was one of the resources Zichen had given them, and they had refined those things before. They knew how useful and valuable they were, so they naturally wanted to get a share of the loot. Luo Wei knew what they were thinking and felt disdain. He said, "Lord Zichen is very busy. I can barely see him." The old man smiled and said, "If you can't see him, then go find him. I'm sure Zichen will be willing to see you. You can pass on our message. I'm sure Zichen will understand our difficulties. Of course, we don't want too many tree spirits' hearts, just 60%. The price is negotiable as long as it's within a reasonable range." Luo Wei felt even more disdain, but he didn't say anything this time. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, Luo Wei didn't give a definite answer. He left after the meeting. In a short time, a group of people had gathered in Toby City. They were 9th-level emissaries and other divine generals. They began to move 1,000,000 miles away. When Luo Wei came to Toby City, the first group had already left. He went to find Zhou Lina. Toby City wasn't in charge. It was only in name at most. He told Zhou Lina about the intentions of the people in the meeting. Zhou Lina sneered. "Their attitude seems a bit strange. What do they mean?" Luo Wei didn't understand. "What else?" "Of course, they want a share of the profits." Zhou Lina said, "They're really greedy." "Then what should we do?" Luo Wei asked. "Of course not. Those ancient trees are the city's defense. They're not resources in their eyes. I think they're being too greedy by setting their sights on this place. After that, Lina went to find Zi Qin and told him the government's intentions. Zi Qin didn't have much contact with the government. The first time was when the exchange was set up. At that time, Luo Wei was the one in charge. It could be considered a mutual benefit. The second time was when the exchange was set up in Ben Sun, Lu City. The government didn't hesitate to abandon Tobi City. Luo Wei also took the opportunity to help him by the exchange. These two times could be considered friendly, but on the battlefield, he had a different understanding of the government. In order to get the Shadow Spirit fruit, they directly accused him of treason. Although everyone died in the end, they still represented the government. Was there any follow-up to this matter? Or did these people say that because they knew what happened on the battlefield, they wanted to blackmail him? Although he didn't understand what these people meant, he still made the same decision as Lina. He didn't care about anything first. He would deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. The first group of enemies came. There were a lot of them. After arriving, they didn't rush into the forest. Instead, they attacked the outermost ancient trees. These ancient trees began to fight back, but the results weren't ideal. On the first day, they lost as many as 100 ancient trees, indicating that they had lost 100 tree spirit hearts. This made them extremely excited. Some people immediately chose to retreat. They wanted to exchange the tree spirit hearts they had obtained. At the same time, they wanted to bring back the latest news. On the second day, their harvest was even greater. Although the ancient trees were very powerful, they kept attacking from the outermost area. After killing one ancient tree, they went to kill a second one. Of course, during this period they suffered casualties. Relatively speaking, the casualties were within an acceptable range. This situation lasted for 5 days. On the 6th day, a large number of ancient trees suddenly disappeared. This made everyone extremely shocked. Why did the ancient trees disappear overnight? Such a change made them not dare to go deeper. Thus, they patiently observed for 2 days. During these 2 days, no other dangers occurred. On the 3rd day, they launched another attack, still at the outermost area. However, this time around, the ancient trees that had disappeared earlier suddenly reappeared. The surrounding divine race members were all enveloped by the ancient trees. What followed was a massacre. Within the ancient trees, there was still fog drifting. The misty shadow that had been enduring for a few days also launched an attack. There were still some people in the outermost area that the ancient trees could not reach. These people saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. There were also some who prepared to leave to report the changes. From the corner of their eyes, they saw white fog surging nearby. This made them feel very surprised. Just as they were wondering why there was fog in the middle of the day, the fog behind them surged and turned into fog shadows. At the beginning, those who came were all low-level divine generals. The highest was only level 3. To these misty shadow, their fighting strength was too weak. Unsurprisingly, everyone who came here was slaughtered. No one was able to leave and no news spread. When the new batch of divine race members arrived and found that there was no one alive, they were very shocked. Then this news spread, causing a commotion. But not only did this not make them feel fear, more divine race members arrived. Among them, there were even many high-level divine race members. Ben Senlu and the other children of gods also finally brought the first batch of experts. They were all true experts, and each of them was a divine general. Many of them came from the battlefield. The tree spirit's heart was a battlefield resource, and a resource that could only be found in the Black Order battlefield. Now that it had appeared in the divine race, it was extremely attractive to them. After arriving, they did not hesitate and directly charged into the forest. Ancient trees were cut down one after another. They obtained many tree spirits' hearts. It could be said that they had broken through the seal. Chapter 2868. Miserable screams came from the forest, and the fog churned, but no one knew what was going on. The ancient tree blotted out the sky, enveloping everything. Ben Senlu and the other children of gods stood outside, not entering. Hearing these screams, they frowned. Sina said, "This place really is strange." Ben Senlu said, "So what? As long as we attack from the outside, there will be a day when we destroy this forest." Then his eyes flashed coldly. "Just treat this place as a weapon refinement ground." Weapon refinement ground. Sina's expression changed. "What are you planning to do?" Ben Senlu pointed to the depths. I heard some rumors. This guy, Chen, offended someone he shouldn't have. If we don't handle it well, a battle will break out. If we want to get a share of the pie, we naturally need a powerful team. My people are already on the way. Do as you please. You asked your father for people? Xian Lin asked. Ben Senlu smiled. There's no need. When I was born, I already had people specially trained. The only thing missing now is some actual combat experience. Actually, the others also had people, including Xian Lin. However, hers was not prepared by her godfather, but by her family. As members of the god race, these children of gods had to establish their own forces, and those people were prepared for war. War was the foundation of the god realm. But in preparation, they would also fight against the celestial race, not the god race. Without a doubt, Chen was an exception. Groups of gods came, and some obtained tree spirits' hearts, while others died. Overall, Chen's side gained more. The misty shadow and the ancient tree obtained the corpses to promote their own growth. Tyrant and the others were still in seclusion, and they would only come out after reaching rank 9. Lina brought the new alchemy books to the city and gave them to Chen. Recently, there have been some obstacles. These books were easy to obtain before, but now it's a bit difficult. If you need them urgently, I'll send people to other trading cities to buy them. These obstacles were clearly from the government, because Chen had not agreed to their requests. Chen said not at the moment. The limitless pill cauldron now had a certain understanding of the god realm. Next, it would refine new pills based on the characteristics of those pills. He believed that no one in the divine realm could compare with Cauldron's spirit when it came to refining medicines. Lina didn't say much and quickly left again. Recently, due to the suppression of the official forces, the trade city had indeed been somewhat affected. However, its popularity was much higher than before. They were all here for the tree spirit's heart. Do you need me to go back? Qian was leaning against the door. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that outlined her beautiful curves. Chen shook his head and said there's no need. If I have to trouble the sky god for such a small matter, how could the sky god trust me with you? Qian walked to Chen's side and said worriedly, but this time it seems a little unusual. Chen said, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Although we haven't been able to cultivate any powerful combatants, we have the mother nest, Jono's ancient tree, and the misty shadow. We can protect ourselves under such circumstances. Moreover, fighting is always the fastest way to grow. If we need to grow quickly, we need to keep fighting. The suppression from the government was only one reason. Another reason was that they were too weak. After dealing with these trivial matters, Chen decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. At the encampment of the official forces, a group of people once again gathered. This time, Luo Wei wasn't with them. It seems that Chen is determined not to give in this time, said a middle-aged man. Then what are we waiting for? Let's suppress them and turn Toby City into a wasteland, said another person. Toby City still belongs to the goddess. If we go overboard, I'm afraid the sky god will be displeased. Will the sky god be displeased over such a small matter? Perhaps not in other matters, but everyone in the divine realm knows how much the sky god dotes on the goddess. Everyone sank into silence. In the past, the divine race doted on the son of the sky god. Ben Senlu was very famous. However, with the appearance of the goddess I Chien, everyone knew that the pagoda battle god doted on him. Although this matter was targeted at Zi Chen, it was inevitable that the goddess would lose some benefits. Would the sky god be angry? Moreover, everyone knew that Zi Chen was the future son-in-law of the pagoda battle god. During this time, the old man was silent. After everyone fell silent, he said, "Go and call Luo Wei over. Tell him to pass on a message to Zi Chen. This time he must give in the benefits. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle this matter." What if he's not willing? Are we going to announce that Tobi City is no longer under our control? Someone said. The old man said that's too extreme. Moreover, this is no longer a legitimate competition. However, their city hasn't been reported to us, right? Everyone understood the old man's meaning and nodded. This way, everything would be done according to the rules. Even if the sky god knew, he wouldn't be able to say anything. If Zi Chen is destroyed, will there be trouble? Someone asked worriedly. Even if there is trouble, we don't have to deal with it. Someone will deal with it. Luo Wei arrived at Tobi City and went to find Zhou Lina directly. He seemed to be in a hurry. Normally, the more lively the city was, the happier he would be. This meant an endless supply of resources. However, it was different this time. Looking at these people, he was very worried. Because these people weren't just here to buy resources. They were here to attack the goddess world. "I need to see my lord." After seeing Zhou Lina, Luo Wei said directly. Luo Wei was definitely one of them. He sold the land to Tobi City at cost price. This made Tobi City earn a lot. "Come with me." Zhou Lina led Luo Wei to the secret teleportation array. With a flash of light, they arrived at the city. Luo Wei was shocked to see Jono again. He didn't expect that there would be a teleportation array here. Moreover, compared to last time, Jono looked very different. There were many fruits on it, shining brightly. When Luo Wei saw Zi Chen, he reported to his superiors. Obviously, he was very worried. "My lord, they seem to be serious this time. What should we do?" Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans. When you go back, say that you didn't see me. Also, tell them that I won't see anyone." "Okay." Luo Wei nodded. Seeing the smile on Zi Chen's face, he was relieved. A few days later, a piece of shocking news spread. A land of opportunity was found 1,000,000 miles away from Tobi City. The opportunities there could only be found in the Black Order battlefield. The tree spirit's heart it produced was very useful for divine generals of the 6th and 7th rank. This news spread extremely quickly and caused a sensation. When the high-ranking divine generals heard this news, they immediately headed for Tobi City. Tobi City became the gathering place for divine generals. They gathered here and formed groups to travel 1,000,000 miles away. When they arrived, they saw a large number of ancient trees. A great war broke out. There were casualties every day. Zi Chen never appeared and no one else did either. It was as if these people were allowed to do whatever they wanted. Once a powerful existence that could slaughter the ancient trees appeared, he would definitely not be able to live for more than 3 days. He would be killed one day. This situation lasted for a year. Both sides suffered losses, and the ancient forest seemed to have shrunk. In this 1 year, many people had obtained great gains. More and more divine generals came, not only from the 10th domain, but also from other domains. The area of the ancient trees was greatly reduced. When the 10th year came, it had shrunk by 1/3. In these 10 years, the number of ancient trees that everyone obtained was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. However, even after 10 whole years, they were still unable to destroy this forest. This caused some people to feel extremely shocked. However, they were very happy to see this. Everything was just as Ben Senla said. They would treat it as refining weapons. In the past 10 years, quite a number of large-scale troops had appeared. They were well trained, and like an army, they began to slowly advance. Outside Yiqian City, white fog shrouded it. It was abnormally dense and almost impossible to disperse. After 10 whole years of fighting, the fog killed too many lives. Although the level of these lives couldn't be compared to the battlefield, they had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they improved a lot in these 10 years. However, the improvement was even greater in the city. Jono's body became abnormally strong, and the tree was filled with shining fruits. The number of fruits was almost on par with the ancient Tree King. The battle continued for another 10 years, and half of the ancient trees were lost. During these 20 years, the divine generals who came to hunt the ancient trees and were still alive also gained a lot. During this time, the armies brought by the sons of gods also gained a lot. On this day, Zichen walked out of seclusion. The Fog Shadow King appeared beside him. Zichen said, "You can attack now." The Fog Shadow King nodded and quickly disappeared. On this night, white fog floated out from the depths. This white fog passed through the sea of trees and headed for the divine race outside. In these 20 years, the fog shadow that had never appeared in front of people appeared this time. In the darkness, the white fog shrouded, alarming many people who were cultivating. Next, sword light flashed, and the sound of weapons cutting into bodies was constantly heard. This was a night of slaughter and also a feast for the fog shadow. After suppressing them for 20 years and allowing them to grow for 20 years, tonight was the time to reap the harvest. Screams of agony rang out incessantly, as did cries of terror. "Ghosts! There are ghosts!" To them, the fog shadow that couldn't be killed was really like a ghost. The white fog shrouded the world, and the fog shadow kept appearing. Sometimes there were giant crocodiles rushing out from the ground. Announcement: last 6 days of the site-wide monthly subscription. Don't miss it. Android version. Download, read offline without ads. Book list. In the name of the people's similar recommendation iPhone version. New client download and VIP chapter. Chapter 2869. Within the rolling white fog. It was the tragic scene of the divine realm. Ben Sun Lu and the others stood outside, their bodies shining with divine light. Looking at the rolling white fog ahead, their hearts were bleeding. The army that they had nurtured for 20 years, who knew how many battles they had gone through, was destroyed just like that. Less than 100 of them had survived. Zichen, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Ben Sun Lu shouted ahead, his voice filled with hatred. His voice echoed around, but it was quickly drowned out by screams. He left. There were still people inside who had not died, but he did not have the guts to go in and save them. Xian Lin and the others also left. This time they left with hatred because their losses were too great. So great that even if they killed Zichen, they would not be satisfied. With the misty shadow moving out, the battle did not last long. When the fog dissipated, there was nothing on the ground other than blood. Zichen heard Ben Sun Lu's angry roar, but he was indifferent. The misty shadow's secret was exposed at this moment. It would definitely cause a commotion, and there would be even more trouble coming. But he was already prepared to welcome all the trouble. The next day, the news spread in Toby City. Almost all the forces that came were wiped out. Less than 1/10 of them survived. The entire city was in an uproar. It was very shocking. Those were many divine generals, which was completely different from the scene 20 years ago. They were all wiped out. Damn it! A beautifully crafted table broke, and a tea set fell to the ground with a clattering sound. The old man with the most authority in the government was trembling in anger. Zichen was not willing to cooperate time and time again. They naturally had to think of other ways, such as mobilizing their own private army. In these 20 years, their gains were greater every year, and their investment naturally increased. But this time, everything was gone. That was years of hard work. Zichen, I will not let you go. The old man said angrily. There were other people standing around. Their faces were also ugly, As they were also part of the government, they naturally had a share. What should we do now? One of them said, should we attack? Or should we expel Toby City? No need. This matter would naturally be arranged by the higher-ups. It's just that the resources given to Toby City have to be reduced. Although the old man was furious, he did not lose his mind. The details of the complete annihilation spread. Many people saw the white fog, and within the white fog, there was an unkillable existence. This news quickly spread as well, bringing a great deal of shock to those who were observant. It's the Misty Shadow. He really did bring the Misty Shadow out from the battlefield. Many people knew about the Misty Shadow's secret. After 20 years of fighting in the outer perimeter, the past few days had been strangely peaceful. It was unknown if those people were frightened by the Misty Shadow. The forest still hadn't grown, and the harvest of the past few years had been transferred to Jono. Jono needed to advance. After a few more days of peace, Zichin finally waited for an enemy, but it was not an enemy from the god race, but from the heaven race. Many creatures from the alternate space-time approached another city, and there were many of them. That used to be Zichen's city. Now it was Wuji's city, named after Wuji. Zichen stepped into the teleportation array and arrived at the city. In this city, there was also a towering ancient tree. It was in existence similar to Jono and was under Jono's control. This city was mainly used for trials, and it led to several trial grounds. Those trial grounds were all opened by the mother nest. When Zichin arrived, several thousand people had already gathered in the city. These people all came from the life stars, and after several decades of growth, they had all reached the divine envoy realm. When these people saw Zichin appear, they called him Lord in unison, and their expressions were very respectful. Wuji was at the front of the group. He was a rank 6 general. Let's go out and take a look, Wuji said after seeing Zichin arrive. Zichin nodded and left with Wuji. As they flew out of the city, there was still a white fog rolling. In the past few decades, this place had not been attacked by the god race, but there were battles every day. This was because there were many creatures from another space-time in this area. Whether it was the ancient tree or the fog, they were all growing. After arriving at the forest, Zichin saw a stretch of black lines. The black lines stretched endlessly, and they were all creatures from another space-time. He spread out his spiritual sense, and his calm expression changed. These creatures from another space-time were almost endless. There were all kinds of levels among them, but the low-level ones were the most numerous. So far, Zichen's spiritual sense had not discovered the existence of the divine generals of the Celestials. He frowned. Wuji obviously also noticed this scene and said, "It seems that they want to use numbers to gain an advantage." Zichin nodded. He had controlled a mother nest, so he naturally knew what those low-level creatures from another space-time meant to the mother nest. They meant that no matter how many of them died, the mother nest would not care. There would only be more of them the next day. This was also why, for so many years, the god race had been fighting with the Celestials, but there were still so many creatures from another space-time. It was impossible to kill them all. The scene in front of him clearly showed that a general-level mother nest was controlling other mother nests and starting to use cannon fodder to attack. Even if these ancient trees were very strong and could kill a large number of them at once, these creatures from another space-time would be enough for them to kill for a long time. "It's time for our people to move out," Wuji said. Zichin nodded. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Those creatures from the life stars should also experience the baptism of war. They returned to the city. Zichin looked at Tree Spirit and said, "You must hold on." "Sir, don't worry. These low-level creatures will die no matter how many of them come. I need to grow quickly, and they are my opportunity," Tree Spirit said confidently. Zichin nodded slightly and did not discourage him. Perhaps when he saw the number of creatures from another space-time, he would not think so. Fortunately, there was still fog here. He was very glad that he brought back so many fog shadows this time. After that, Zichen looked at the divine envoys who were already on guard and said, "Next, you will participate in the battle. This battle will be different from the trial. After being seriously injured, there will be no place to rest. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately retreat. You must be careful." These people began to walk out of the city and then merged into the forest. This time, they were mainly cooperating with the ancient trees and fog shadows. They were not the main force. This could also be considered another form of training. As the black lines approached, they encountered the forest. Amidst the constant whistling, they rushed into the forest. There was no pause or hesitation, and they did not even attack. They just rushed forward. The ancient trees on the periphery launched an attack. Branches extended and entangled one creature from another space-time. But even more creatures from another space-time rushed over, stepping on the former's bodies and rushing deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, the trees were filled with creatures from another space-time. With such a large number, the ancient trees did not need to deliberately search for a target. As long as the branches twisted, they could find a group of targets. After they launched their attacks, many creatures from another space-time used them to jump forward. The ancient trees could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the creatures from another space-time. As they went deeper, each one of them attacked. Even if they only left a scratch on the ancient trees, the countless attacks added up to an unimaginable amount of power. The first batch of ancient trees that were submerged by the creatures from another space-time quickly disappeared. The second batch of ancient trees directly raised their defenses before attacking. This made the situation much better. However, there were simply too many creatures from another space-time behind them. Seeing this, Zichen remained silent. He had the ability to stop them, but he did not. This was war, so he needed to adapt. After losing several batches of ancient trees, the tree spirits immediately changed their strategy. After defending, they no longer entangled the creatures from another space-time and directly attacked. Their attacks transformed into sharp blades that sliced forward. Wherever the hunting blades passed, hundreds of space-time creatures would be sliced in half. Seeing this, Zichen nodded. Right now, killing was the most important thing, so he could put the corpses aside. The branches of the ancient trees all turned into sharp blades that continuously danced and spun like killing machines, reaping life after life. The creatures from another space-time advanced wave after wave, not caring about the lives of their companions. Some of them even devoured their companions' bodies along the way. They stepped on the corpses and continued to charge forward, forcefully entering the depths. The ancient trees on the outside were gradually covered by corpses. In this situation, they could only give up on fighting and deal with the corpses. This was an extremely shocking scene. The advantage in numbers was simply too terrifying. At this time, Zichen was even a little worried that the mist would be unable to attack the moment it appeared and be squeezed by the creatures from the other space-time before it could even attack. Fortunately, this worry was unnecessary. Because the fog was in the depths, if the creatures from another space-time wanted to charge in, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, there would not be so many of them. The large-scale attack here was clearly not a coincidence. Just as this area was being attacked, there were also many creatures from another space-time advancing towards Yiqian City. After 20 years of fighting, 2/3 of the ancient trees outside Yiqian City had been lost. In this situation, the creatures from another space-time relied on numbers to attack, which would undoubtedly pose a threat to the city. Does this count as starting the war early? Zichen looked at the black line in front of him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had pushed into the city, so he naturally knew the reason for this. Seeing that the Life Star was not welcomed, he had been betrayed just like that. These creatures from another space-time rushed into the forest. But it was different from the previous city. The ancient trees outside the city were stronger, and even the main force of the fog was here. Since the secret had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. The ground became a vortex, and the creatures from another space-time were sucked into the vortex. There was no need for superb skills because these creatures from another space-time only knew how to charge forward. Chapter 2870. The content of the notice was recruitment. The general idea was that the city was under attack, and they were recruiting some experts to fight for them. They would be rewarded handsomely during the period. The city was boiling. Everyone clapped and cheered, thinking that this was karma. So many people died. Is this karma? It must be karma. So many divine generals, so many armies died, just like that. Haha, karma is coming. Recruiting? Who will go? I'm afraid only idiots will go. The city was abuzz with discussions. Everyone was excited, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Jolena heard the discussions in the city, but she wasn't moved. She had expected this scene. Moreover, this wasn't a real recruitment. It was just a test. Those who shouted that it was karma didn't know that it was intentional. How could there be so much karma in this world? Jolena waited for 7 days, but no one came to sign up. If there were only a few people, it would be normal because it was very dangerous. However, no one came, which was obviously abnormal. After all, the reward they were offering was considerable. Most importantly, the city was becoming more and more popular. Many divine generals had come to the city. Then what was their goal? The two cities were connected by a teleport formation, so Zi-Chin could get first-hand information. The battle outside was still going on. With the main force of the Misty Shadow army here, it was unrealistic for the creatures from the other space to rush in. This time, the giant crocodile played the biggest role. Creatures from the other space kept falling into the trap. During this period, even the Misty Shadow King had joined the battle. Because there were too many corpses, he couldn't collect them all. At this moment, he felt lucky to have followed Zi-Chin out. In just 20 years, he had accumulated more than hundreds of thousands of years on the battlefield. After all, on the battlefield, he needed many years to kill a group of experts, and the number was only a few hundred. Although the quality of the enemies was lower than heaven and earth, they won in terms of quantity. It could be said that it was countless times more than before. On the king tree that Jono had turned into, hundreds of fruits grew every day. This battlefield had become the best fertile land for them to grow. Time. Now, what Zi-Chin needed was time. Unfortunately, this world didn't have something like the time castle, and the time castle and the life star couldn't help the progenitor realm experts accelerate. The battle was still going on. A battle of this level was completely under control. There were more and more immortal generals in Toby City, making the city more and more boisterous. However, Jolena and the others were not happy at all. The resources in the trading city had obviously decreased. It was obvious that the officials were deliberately suppressing them. The only fortunate thing was that these divine generals hadn't joined the battle yet. The battle lasted for a month. During this month, there was an endless stream of creatures from another dimension attacking, causing the ancient forest outside the two cities to seem to have suffered considerable losses. However, this was only what it looked like on the surface. In reality, the ancient trees and Misty Shadow in the two cities had gained a lot, so much so that they could make up for these losses. On this day, Zi-Chin sensed a powerful aura outside the city. After that aura appeared, it stopped and didn't go any deeper. He left the city and flew to the outside world. A person was standing in the air outside the forest. He was wearing a dazzling general armor. He was a divine general. At this moment, Zi-Chin couldn't see the other party's ranking, but he could sense from his aura that this was a divine general who posed a threat to him. "My name is Ka Tuo," the ranked godly general volunteered. "Zi-Chin," Zi-Chin said. He wasn't familiar with this name, so he wasn't surprised. If some people were to hear this name, they would definitely be shocked. Ka Tuo was ranked 83rd on the ranking of generals. "This time, I've come as a representative of the government. I have two objectives. Divine General Katua said. Please speak. Zi Qin looked at him. The first is to take the misty shadow back. The second is to buy all the tree spirit hearts here. You can name the price. Katua said directly, not beating around the bush. Zi Qin smiled faintly and said, Do you think that's possible? Nothing is impossible. The misty shadow is of great significance, and it's a resource of the government. These tree spirit hearts are also of great use to the government. Katua said, You should have realized during this time that there are some things that you can't touch because they're beyond the scope of your abilities. Zi Qin said indifferently, Of course I saw it. You wanted my things, but I didn't agree. In the end, so many creatures from another dimension came. Since you keep saying that these things belong to the government, what does the government want them for? To fight against the creatures from another dimension? Of course. Research them and then create even more experts to deal with the creatures from another dimension and return peace to the God realm. Katua said. Zi Qin said coldly, But I don't see your determination to deal with the creatures from another dimension. Instead, I see you using them to deal with me. I wonder if your goal is for your own benefit or to fight the creatures from another dimension. Of course it's to fight, Katua said in a deep voice. Zi Qin said, Since it's to fight, why should I give it to you? Is this not a fight? You see, we only have 2 small cities, but we've taken more than half of the danger for the 10th domain. So you don't agree? Katuo's face turned cold. When you used the creatures from another dimension to threaten me, there was no room for negotiation. Zi Qin said, Please go back and don't come again. Not to mention a divine general. Even a divine king wouldn't be able to do anything. Katuo's face turned ugly. Clearly, Zi Qin was rejecting him directly. Zi Qin said with a smile, Of course, I don't think the divine king has the guts to come here and threaten me. Even if it's to discuss, I don't think the divine king would dare to come. Compared to Katua, Zi Qin's words were the real threat. They had set their sights on this area for several decades. This time, a creature from another space-time had arrived. Although all of this could be explained away by the fact that Yiqian City was not under the jurisdiction of the God Realm because it was not registered. If a God King came, everything would be different. The Pagoda Battle God didn't say anything about this, but that didn't mean he didn't care. As one of the 9 great gods, sometimes there was no need for them to show up. Someone else would take care of everything. If a divine king really came here, no matter what the divine king said, this divine king would anger some people. You're on your own. Katua snorted and turned to leave. Zi Qin saw Katuo's ranking. He was ranked 83, which was 20 places higher than him. While the 2 of them were talking, the battle in the forest continued. There were still creatures from another dimension in their line of sight, but they didn't attack the 2 of them. Zi Qin returned to the city. This time, he rejected the government. He believed that this city would face a bigger test. Chapter 2871. The battle was still going on, and no one knew when it would end. Zi Qin returned to the city and did not continue his seclusion. He began to condense the law skin according to the method that Shadowless taught him. He had many law skins on him, so he could use them to practice. After that divine general returned to the city, no one else came. Zi Qin's attitude was very clear. He did not even care about the divine general, let alone the others. As for the divine king, they really did not have the guts to touch his bottom line, even though there was definitely a divine king behind these people. Yiqian was already in seclusion, so she did not need to participate in the battle here. She could only improve her strength as soon as possible. Under Zi Qin's instructions, Jono deliberately reduced the number of ancient trees under his control, which could also create the illusion that they were not a match for him. In Everlasting City, the battle was still going on. Everlasting City was overseen by Everlasting. Every half a month or a month, some trial takers from Life Stars would be sent here to train. They were still very weak, so they would enter the trial ground. This battle lasted for 5 years, and it had been 25 years since Zichen returned. An endless stream of space-time creatures had been attacking for 5 years, and the effect was much better than that of the divine generals. At this time, the forest was less than 20 li, and the towering ancient tree king in the city was clearly visible. This news quickly spread throughout Toby City and was heard by a few people. They were very satisfied with this news. Toby City's resources were limited, and although it was still very popular, many benefits were taken away by Ben Sun City. In the past few years, Luo Wei had been trying to obtain resources through other channels. After all, the official factions were divided into many factions. However, all the factions seemed to have their own considerations and did not think highly of Zichen, even if Zichen had a goddess behind him. If this was the 9th heaven of the Tower Battle God, this problem would naturally not appear, but this was not the 9th heaven, but the 10th heaven. Strictly speaking, many factions here did not by the Tower Battle God's account. Seeing that victory was in sight, the number of space-time creatures increased, and the number of powerhouses among them increased by several levels. Obviously, they wanted to take down the city in one go as soon as possible. The forest was also very cooperative, and the speed of its destruction increased significantly. However, it was only relatively faster. During this period of time, the frequency of the counterattacks of the Misty Shadow and the Ancient Tree also increased. Just like that, the battle continued for another 5 years. At this time, they were less than 5 miles away from the city. The battle lasted for 30 years. During this time, the Misty Shadow and the Ancient Tree obtained countless resources. At this time, the King Ancient Tree that Jono had transformed into had many more ancient trees than the Ancient Tree King back then. It was almost densely packed. The number of Misty Phantoms had also increased by a lot, and their levels had also increased significantly. Apart from that, 30 years was enough time for many things to happen quickly. For example, those who obtained resources and had outstanding talents would have their battle prowess greatly increased, and their realms would also increase accordingly. At the same time, Zichen, who had been trying the path of condensation for 10 years, had also made significant progress in the path of Rule Shadowskin. After familiarizing himself with the refining method of level 7 and level 8 Rule Shadowskins, he began to attempt to condense level 9 Rule Shadowskins. When the 31st year arrived, Zichen successfully condensed a level 9 Rule Shadowskin. The level 9 Rule Shadowskin was almost invisible and could only be seen with special rules. At this time, Zichen was holding it in his hand, and it could not be seen with the naked eye. At this time, he came out of seclusion and came to the city. He saw the monk in the city, holding a light shield in his hand, looking ahead proudly. Zhang Haotian stood there, holding 2 thorns in his hand, his expression cold. "Hee, I already said that you can't break my defense." The monk smiled proudly and said, "If you want to defeat me, you have to at least advance another level to reach level 9. Oh no, you have to become a divine king. You're too arrogant," the devil ape said. The monk said proudly, "Arrogant? Lord Zeng doesn't think so. This is confidence. Why don't the 2 of you come at me together? Or rather, all of you come at me together. If you have the ability, don't use this turtle shell. I can beat you down alone." The devil ape said disdainfully, "This is a turtle shell. It's a shield, okay? It's known as the strongest defense in the world. Do you understand?" The monk said unhappily, "Even if I don't use the shield, devil ape, you can't beat Lord Zeng." The few of them ignored the monk and looked at Zichen, who was walking out. No one spoke, and the monk felt bored. When he turned around and saw Zichen, his eyes brightened and said, "Zichen, let's spar." Zichen glanced at the monk and did not respond to him. "If you don't agree, I'll go out and fight," the monk said. "You'll have a lot to fight in the future." Zichen looked at the crowd. At this time, everyone's strength had increased to level 8, and their combat strength had obviously improved. These people were no doubt the main force of the Life Star. This is for you. Zi Qin took out the rule shadow skin and handed it to Zhang Haoyan. Zi Qin, are you here to be funny? You don't have anything in your hand. The monk mocked. Zhang Haoyan reached out and touched the rule shadow skin. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Refine it and see the effect, Zi Qin said. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Then, a light flashed and his figure disappeared. Where did he go? Seeing Zhang Haoyan disappear, the others spread out their spiritual senses, but they couldn't sense his existence. It's just a small trick. The monk said, it's no different from before. The expressions of the people around them changed. What? Did I say something wrong? The monk found that everyone was looking at him. Of course not. Zhang Haoyan's voice came from behind the monk. The monk's face changed. He immediately turned around and stared at Zhang Haoyan. When did you appear? When you just opened your mouth, Zhang Haoyan said. A rare smile appeared on his cold face. How is it? Zi Qin looked at Zhang Haoyan. Very satisfied. Combined with my stealth technique, it can be called true stealth. Zhang Haoyan said with satisfaction. Zi Qin nodded and said, that can't be better. Then he looked up at Jono and said, Jono, it's done. Jono's figure appeared in the ancient tree. He nodded at Zi Qin. The next moment, a tremor came from outside the city. Ancient trees began to grow on the ground. The ancient trees grew very quickly. They grew into a large area. The original ancient trees died, but the roots were still there. At this moment, ancient trees grew on all the roots. It could be said that in just a few breaths of time, the forest that had disappeared appeared again. Following that, in the outermost area, ancient trees continued to grow, and they continued to extend and expand. Compared to 30 years ago, the ancient trees' range was larger, and the ancient trees' attack power was more powerful. Within this area, countless creatures from another dimension were slaughtered in an instant. The same scene appeared in the everlasting city. Chapter 2872. The battle lasted for 31 years and victory was in sight. Unexpectedly, in just a few breaths of time, everything returned to its original point. In fact, the forest was still spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the harvest of Jono in the past 31 years. Not only did it advance, it had also accumulated a lot of energy. Today, all of this energy was used to expand. Outside the forest, there were many Tian clan experts. When they saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. They had used an entire 11 years to push into the depths, and the consumption during this period was innumerable. However, the other party had only used a few breaths of time to make their years of effort go to waste. If they still did not understand that they had been played, they would be real fools. Damn it! A Tian clan expert's face was ashen. In these years, not only had the creatures from another space-time died, but there were also many Tian clan experts. Retreat! Another Tian clan expert said coldly. These creatures from another space-time who had been attacking for 11 years finally chose to retreat. Their losses were too great. It did not matter if those creatures from another space-time died, but many General Tian clan experts also died. After the battle stopped, the outside of the city immediately became quiet, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Next, let's fight. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. This city had already stored enough battle strength, and this battle strength was enough to deal with any general realm experts. As for the Divine King, if he dared to come here, it would definitely change the situation of the 10th region. It could be said that no matter how much they disliked Zi Chen, they only dared to use the attitude of a game to deal with him, and did not dare to use a suppressive attitude. If they really dared to suppress him, even if the pagoda battle Heavenly God did not make a move, there would always be other experts who crossed over. Recently, news of the battlefield had been spreading to Toby City. According to the information they received, the city would not be able to hold on for long. However, on the second day, a shocking news spread out. The creatures from another space-time had retreated, and the city that should have been destroyed had returned to its original state this time. This news caused a huge uproar in Toby City, and everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that this was a situation that had occurred after more than 30 years of attack. How could it return to its original state overnight? A smile appeared on Xiao Lina's face when she heard the news. She knew that Lord Zi Chen was starting to retaliate. Many divine generals gathered in the city. They were ready to attack, but they hesitated at this moment, because everything had returned to the starting point. How were they going to fight this battle? When those forces heard this news, they were also very shocked. But on the other hand, it meant that there would be an endless supply of tree spirit hearts, which was naturally a good thing. Now that the space-time creature had retreated, it was time for them to attack. 2 days later, the divine generals in the city formed a huge group and set off. This time, there were many idle Protoss following them. If those forces could see the problem, so could they. Moreover, they did not want to destroy anyone. They only wanted to obtain the tree spirit's heart. For them, it was also a place where they could obtain long-term resources. What shocked them was that a ranked divine general had appeared in front of them. This was a kind of encouragement for everyone. There were 3 ranked divine generals standing outside the forest. Their ranks were closely connected, and they were all ranked 104th, 05th, and 06th, respectively, after being chased away by Zichen by 1 place. The 106th ranked divine general looked at the forest and said, "This is the place where the tree spirit's heart is. I'll go and take a look." With that, his figure flashed and went straight into the forest. Without waiting for the nearby ancient trees to attack, a blade light swept forward and cut down an ancient tree. Whoosh! 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 Then more than 10 ancient trees nearby were cut down, and Tree Spirit's heart fell one after another. The surroundings were empty. The ranked divine general stood in the open space, holding more than 10 Tree Spirit's heart in his hand. He said disdainfully, "That's all." The people behind him exclaimed. The ranked divine general was indeed powerful. He easily obtained more than 10 Tree Spirit's heart, and from his expression, he did not seem to care about them. This is just a low-level resource. Of course, it's useless to you and me. We should go to that city. I heard that there's a king ancient tree there. It might be useful, said the 105th ranked divine general. That's right. Let's go directly to the depths. The last ranked divine general also came. Then the 3 ranked divine generals started to go deeper. As for the others, they naturally stayed in the periphery to deal with the ancient trees. This time, more than 1,000 divine generals came, and their fighting strength was extremely strong. When they joined forces, they caused a large amount of damage to the ancient trees. The 3 divine generals went deeper. During this time, they would also attack and destroy the ancient trees easily. Someone is coming. In the city, Jono transmitted his voice. How many? Asked Tyrant. 3. Zi Chen did not let Jono stop them. He even let the mist disperse. Those who dared to come here were definitely ranked divine generals. This was not out of Zi Chen's expectation. At this time, the main force of the Life Star had gathered in the city. Tyrant and the others were eager to try. They were waiting for the arrival of the enemy and were very excited. Boom! Powerful energy surged outside the city, and ancient trees fell one after another. Smoke and dust filled the air. 3 figures flew in. The 3 of them stood in the air. When they saw the scene in the city, they were surprised. They scanned the crowd with their divine senses. When they sensed that there was no level 9, their surprise turned into disdain. Too weak. It's useless to us, said one of the divine generals. He was obviously referring to the ancient Tree King. "Are you ready to die?" One of the divine generals looked ahead and said coldly. He was ranked 105th. His name was Walker. Shouldn't we be the ones asking this question? The three of you came here from millions of miles away. You should be ready to die. The one who spoke was Tyrant. Naturally, he would not lose. He stared at Walker and said, "Your armor is not bad. I like it. Let's start with you." "Courting death." A cold light flashed in Walker's eyes. "I think you're the one courting death." Tyrant walked forward, his body surrounded by Buddhist light. "Humph. I think all of you should come at me." Walker snorted. "We won't bully you." Once Tyrant moved, Zhang Haotian and the demon ape also moved. Seeing the three of them walking towards them, the trio's faces immediately turned ashen. They were ranked divine generals. How could they be underestimated like this? Zichen looked at this scene quietly. This time, he wanted to see how strong the three of them were. Swish! Chapter 2873. When Zhang Haotian disappeared, the three divine generals' expressions changed. They could no longer sense each other's aura. Boom! The demonic ape's aura became violent. He held the black rod and rushed forward. He overtook Tyrant and faced the person beside him. "You're courting death." The 106 divine general's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent as he charged at the demonic ape as well. Torrential energy surged. The demonic ape's rod was blocked by the other party. The powerful vibrations formed a powerful wave. The two immediately flew away, leaving the battlefield behind. The wind whistled as Tyrant crashed into the divine general. A light shield appeared on his body. Walker slashed forward with his blade. The space distorted as though it was about to be shattered. Boom! A loud boom came from the sky. Tyrant's light shield blocked the attack. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force surged from the light shield. The divine general was sent flying. Tyrant flashed forward with Buddhist light surrounding him. The battle between the two sides began. Powerful energy surged. The anger on the two divine generals' faces slowly turned into shock. They were level 9, but they couldn't suppress their opponent immediately. This level 8 was much stronger than they had imagined. There was one battle that hadn't happened yet. The 104th divine general stood motionless in the sky. The anger on his face had long disappeared. His expression became very solemn. His divine consciousness spread out, but he couldn't find any trace of the person who had disappeared. At this moment, the others were staring ahead. Among the three battles, Zhang Haotian's battle should be the one that ended the fastest. Zhang Haotian appeared and silently appeared behind the divine general, thrusting the spear in his hand towards the divine general. The long spike was black and didn't reflect light. It was silent when it moved forward. Buzz! The long spike was extremely fast. It pierced the divine general's armor and caused ripples. Whoosh! The divine general stabbed backward with his sword. The void shook violently and his sword missed. Cold, sweat dripped from his forehead. He didn't notice anything unusual earlier. His defense is indeed not weak. Seeing this, Zichen's expression didn't change. This was within his expectations. The armor's defense was strong. Fortunately, Zhang Haotian's attack wasn't weak either. The armor's luster dimmed after the previous attack. The divine general held the divine sword in his hand. The patterns on the sword lit up and merged with the armor. Shua! Zhang Haotian reappeared and thrust forward again. Only when he struck the divine general's defenses did the divine general react. His sword missed again, and his expression became even more unsightly. It was completely silent. Whoa! The energy around him vibrated, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Shua! Zhang Haotian was not affected in the slightest and launched his third attack. After suffering 3 attacks, the defensive light barrier on the surface of the general armor's body continued to distort. Clearly, it would not be able to hold on for much longer. The 104th ranked divine general felt very sullen. He had a powerful combat strength, but he couldn't cause any damage to the enemy. Now that he couldn't see the enemy, he had no idea where to start. Sword after sword stabbed forward, the sword light shining brightly. It was still useless. Pah! At this moment he heard a soft sound, and his expression changed drastically. The divine sword in his hand released light, and a powerful aura surrounded his body. With a horizontal slash, sword light shot out. A ray of light separated from the middle. It was just an afterimage. The divine general retreated quickly with a look of fear on his face. His powerful defense had been broken through, just like that. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the defense to be broken through again. Could he hold on for more than a quarter of an hour? Turbulent energy surged from all directions. It was the battle in the other 2 places. Thinking of the enemy hiding somewhere, the divine general felt a sense of fear in his heart. He shouted loudly, and the energy on his body vibrated again. Sword light scattered in all directions, and then he used the sword light to fly out of the city without hesitation. There was an uproar behind him. Clearly, no one had expected the divine general to run away. Zichen sighed. With the rule shadow skin and the twin thorns, Zhang Haotian's combat strength had become unimaginable. The divine general only flew 100 meters before falling to the ground. His body was pierced through by the thorns, and divine blood kept gushing out. A divine general had died, just like that. The other 2 divine generals sensed the death of their comrade, and their expressions changed drastically. In terms of ranking, the other party was the highest. They didn't expect him to die just like that. Besides, Zichen hadn't made a move yet. It was obviously unrealistic for the 2 of them to kill these people. They looked at each other, and they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, the devil ape's body was shrouded in black light, and he entered a berserk state. His body transformed for the 2nd time, and he waved the black rod in his hand, smashing it at the enemy in front of him. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged, and the divine general was stopped. The devil ape swung the rod one after another, and the world was filled with the flickering shadows of the rod. Bang! After about 20 rods, the devil ape retracted his rod, and his aura became extremely weak. His opponent coughed out blood, and his face was filled with shock. His defense had been broken. Puff! Zhang Haotian, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared from the darkness and reaped the life of this divine general. Another one died. The last one, Walker, was terrified as he ran out of the city. Monk held a light shield and followed behind him at a leisurely pace. Zhang Haotian, don't follow me. Monk didn't forget to remind him, and his face was filled with excitement. Zichen shook his head. He knew what Monk wanted to do, but he didn't stop him. Walker was running in the forest, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't expect this to be the outcome. The other party only sent out 3 level 8 experts, and they already had such terrifying combat strength. You can't escape. Monk's voice came from behind. Walker was terrified, and he ran out of the forest in a frenzy. At this moment, he could already sense the turbulent shock waves, and it was obvious that he wasn't far from the forest. He saw the people in the battle, and he also saw light. It was as though he saw hope, and he increased his speed again. At this moment, a whistling sound came from behind him, and a light shield flew towards him. Bang! His body was sent flying. Monk appeared in a flash, and he laughed. So what if you're a divine general? Let's see how I'm going to kill you today. A huge Buddha shadow appeared behind Monk, and the Buddha shadow was holding a dazzling golden demon subduing pestle. Demon subduing. Along with the monks chanting, A boundless aura surged as the attack of the Buddha shadow landed. Walker lifted his head to look at the attack, and his face changed. He gripped the divine blade tightly and slashed upwards. Chapter 2874. The Buddha's shadow slapped down with a talisman in the center of his palm. The Buddha's power surged, and its aura was vast and mighty. The monk sat cross-legged in the air, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. There was a chanting sound coming from his mouth. Buddhist light spread out in all directions like a Buddha. The mighty palm print fell, and the Buddhist light dyed everything in the surroundings golden. It was as if they had arrived at a Buddhist land. All the divine generals looked at the sky in shock, wondering who dared to challenge a LV8 divine general alone. Annihilation slash. An angry roar came from below, and a sky-high blade light shot up into the sky, chopping toward the palm print. As a divine general, there was no need to doubt Walker's combat strength. The reason why he had fled earlier was because he was terrified by the death of his comrade. Speaking of which, the one he was afraid of was the silent Zhang Haotian, not the bald man in front of him. Now that the other party had chased after him alone, in his opinion, he was simply courting death. Not only did he want to kill his opponent, but he also wanted to end the battle quickly. The saber radiance went against the heavens and chopped the palm print into pieces. The surging energy surged in the sky. Wong! A trembling sound came from the sky. The Buddha stretched out his hand again. This time he held a demon subduing pestle in his hand and struck down. The demon subduing pestle was shrouded in Buddhist light, and the sound of chanting rang out continuously. One after another, Buddhas appeared around him. The demon subduing pestle was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Walker. Walker blocked with his saber. Boom! The energy vibrated again, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. This shockwave was visible to the naked eye. It was vast and terrifying, destroying some of the nearby ancient trees and sending a group of divine generals flying. Amit Ba, if I don't enter the hell, who will? The monk spoke. The Buddhist light was like a warm sun, calming the hearts of people. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, his face full of compassion. The demon fall pestle that had been sent flying into the sky once again erupted with dazzling light. Boundless golden light shot out in all directions as if a domain had been unfolded. Demon, subduing strike. The compassionate voice of the monk rang out like a great bell. In this world shrouded in the light of Buddha, the sound of chanting reverberated and some strange changes occurred. The demon subduing pestle fell from the sky, magnifying infinitely in Walker's eyes. Vaguely, he seemed to see a person sitting cross-legged on the pestle. A terrifying pressure fell on Walker's body. Walker's expression changed drastically. Divine light surged from his body, and his aura climbed to the peak. He slashed toward the sky. Reverse dragon break. The blade light that soared into the sky turned into a true dragon surrounded by divine light. The dragon roared and clashed with the demon pestle. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and the true dragon that was flying against the sky collapsed. The demon, subduing pestle, fell from above and struck Walker. Walker's body flew backward, and the defense formed by his armor was distorted. His face was filled with fear. The other party was only at level 8, but he actually had such a powerful combat strength. At this time, there were no divine generals around. Everyone was hiding far away and watching this scene in shock. Hey, ma, ah, ba, mi, bang. The 6 syllables of Sanskrit mantra came out from the sky. The power of the mantra formed a strange force that shook this Buddhist light domain. Walker's body was instantly submerged in the Buddhist light. The mighty force continued to wreak havoc. It was extremely terrifying. Walker roared and slashed forward with his blade. The saber radiance wreaked havoc in the Buddha's light. Sometimes it would cut through the Buddha's light and soar into the sky. The battle in the distance had already stopped. Everyone looked up at the battle in the sky with shocked expressions. At this moment, besides the lingering Buddhist light and the blade light that shot out from the Buddhist light, they couldn't see anything else. The power of the 6 syllables of Sanskrit mantra was constantly vibrating. It was extremely terrifying. The divine generals were extremely shocked. Apparently, they had never thought that a level 8 warrior could fight against a level 9 divine general. This situation lasted for about 15 minutes. The lingering Buddhist light in front of them disappeared, and the monk's figure appeared. He was still sitting cross-legged in the sky. The Buddhist light around his body had become dimmer, but it was still filled with compassion. He wasn't injured at all. Seeing that the monk was still intact, everyone immediately looked at the divine general. Walker stood on the ground, holding the divine blade tightly. There was no light on his armor anymore. He looked up at the monk and asked, "Who are you?" The monk's compassionate voice echoed in the sky. "Great Buddha of the life star, the evil, good Buddha!" "Good, good, good," Walker said good 3 times in a row. His aura instantly withered, and his body fell backward. His vitality dissipated. He was dead. The mantra of Sanskrit mantra had already extinguished his vitality. A divine general was killed by a level 8 warrior just like that. The other generals lifted their heads to look at the monk. They couldn't calm down from their shock. Evil good Buddha. They remembered this name. In the following period of time, this name was destined to rise. The monk stood up in the sky. The Buddhist light on his body surged. He looked at the divine generals and said, "My Buddha is merciful. It's fate that brought us together. You divine generals can practice here as you wish." Apparently, he didn't want to pursue this matter. They could fight here without worries. Many people exhaled in relief. They needed the tree spirit's heart. The ancient trees in this place also needed to grow. It was a kind of mutual assistance. Of course, the ones who benefited in the end were the ones who were still alive. A light flew out from the monk's body. This light rolled Walker's body and returned. The monk's eyes had a gleam of excitement. He walked into the forest. Swish! After several steps, he disappeared into the forest. Puff! 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 The monk who had entered the forest had not gone far when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his skin split open in many places and blood splattered out. There were no less than 20 cuts on his body. Blood was gushing out. Damn, that divine general. He's really not easy to deal with. He almost took half of my life. The monk's face was extremely pale. He swallowed a pill without hesitation and walked toward the city. His injuries were recovering quickly. When he reached the city, he had recovered 70 to 80%, but he was still a little weak. How was it? When he arrived at the city, he looked at the crowd with a smug expression. Zichin nodded and said, "Not bad." "Not bad." The monk said unhappily, "It should be very good, right? An 8th level divine general defeating a 9th level divine general is very impressive. Next, just wait for me to become famous in the divine world." In the distant city center, the ranking of generals shook again. In recent years, the ranking of generals had been shaking more frequently. This time, many people were looking at the ranking of generals. They wanted to see what changes had happened this time. The name of the divine general, ranked 104th, was erased. This scene shocked everyone. Another divine general had died. In this way, the number of divine generals who had died in the past few decades had reached 3. The city was immediately in an uproar. But then, the 106th divine general disappeared. 2 ranked divine generals had died in one day. This was simply too unbelievable. But in less than an hour, the 3rd name was erased. 3 divine generals were killed in a day. It had been a long time since the city center was shaken. The death of divine generals had not happened in a long time. The news spread quickly. Some people found out and caused a stir. With the 3 ranked immortal world experts killed, the city returned to normal. The battle outside continued, and Zichen did not intervene. A few days later, Zichen received a message. The pagoda battle god wanted him to go back with Yi Qian. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.